Got him.
Okay. So
Let's
that
now that I've
hey,
hit the right button on Stream Deck. Sorry about that, everybody. Brief blip. I'm going to drink more coffee and let Bill talk about the game.
okay. So I guess I'll go back to the opening. It's like, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Forever DM's Breakfast and Dragons. Thank you for joining us today as we play a little pajama-clad D&D. You guys grab your coffee, your tea, whatever you want to eat or drink this morning, and we'll see what lies in wait for our adventurers. Just to add a little exciting news this morning, we have officially been giving the invitation by Twitch to be an affiliate. Now,
Yeah.
what this means is extra paperwork for us. That's honestly what it is. But
At this point, yeah.
but once the paperwork's done, Jacob, we can go into running reruns of your favorite shows at different time slots. You can't make it. You're hungover from Friday night. Can't make it to Breakfast and Dragons on Saturday morning. Well, you can listen to us Saturday afternoons, or maybe later in the week while you're working. And this will also play into our new show Thrain and Shooting a Crit, with premieres Tuesday. So this should be really awesome.
Very
That being
excited.
said, oh yeah. That being said, I believe that's all our announcements. So we'll go straight into the game. As we last left off with the intrepid band of adventurers, discussing with the local cleric of the Stormlord, Father Waters, you have decided on kind of a covert mission to send him into the Sailors Guild archives to research this cult that apparently is working within the city of Kingsport.
What could go
During that,
wrong?
hey, yeah, let's send the old man to be our spy. So during that time, you happened to discuss with the harbor master a certain job opportunity of delivering a much-needed box of coal to the local lighthouse on Guardian's Rock. While talking to him, you did discover that there was a murder within town the night before. The murder weapon striking a chill down Larissa's spine as it's connected a little bit to her past. As we left off, you guys were looking out across Rainbow Bay at the lighthouse light in the distance as a storm apparently is rolling in. And before you, tied to the docks, are two rowboats. So the day, as we'll say, is yours. What do you do?
Do we have any way of knowing how soon the storm is going to hit? Make some kind of check for that.
Right now, it's lightly raining, but you can actually see the clouds are kind of coming in. It's almost an odd feeling as you're looking out across the Rainbow Bay and seeing this lighthouse in the distance and this ominous rolling storm coming almost straight towards Kingsport in a strange way.
That looks awful.
Yeah, maybe we hold off on the little lighthouse trip.
I don't know if that is something we could do.
Oliver takes the crate that he's like hoisted up that looks like no one should be able to lift it of themselves and just sets it back down on the dock. Well, it does not look very safe out there at the moment, but and he just kind of ponders.
I think we have given our word. We should probably still go.
I mean, is this really a matter of urgency? It's just some coal.
The lighthouse. The keeper has been gone for several days.
Which is what they said out of the ordinary for him. Oh.
So, looking out at the lighthouse with the storm rolling in, is there a lit light, like in the
There's
lighthouse, or has it gone out?
There is currently a lit light, but as the harbor master stated, it was 2 weeks ago to you guys, but just a few minutes ago, it's always the risk of him being several days late with his shipment of the fuel running out.
So if the fuel runs out while the storm is coming, then that's gonna cause more, like,
It seems dangerous for those out on the waters.
Yeah, I was about to say, but also if the storm comes in while we run out, that's a problem as well.
Can I get a feel for how far out, like how long out the storm is?
That's what I was hoping to get earlier.
Give me a survival check.
Okay. I remember what my bonus is for that. Goodness. Got too many characters floating in my head. Survival. That's one of my good ones.
It's fine. I'm struggling not to turn Ben into a Frenchman right now for.
Oh, good lord. Well, here, gonna lean into this because that's a nat 1. I'm fairly certain that will not be here until at least this evening.
I'm gonna look up and just
Doubt.
Given your-
yeah.
What were you saying, Larissa?
I was just gonna look up in like shock, and then like look over to him, look up at the clouds, look over to him.
What storm are you looking at?
Because you deal with a lot of nautical instances on the ice fields of the north.
Yeah, no.
That checks out. These
Yes.
make sense.
Legit.
Those water?
How long do we think it would take to traverse this distance?
He-
Ballparking, not expertise.
He told you that it is 5 miles away. The bay, it's a huge bay. Guardian Rock, if you remember when you guys were coming in, is right at the front of the bay of where this lighthouse sits to keep ships from hitting Guardian Rock among other shallow shoals at the beginning of this bay. It's 5 miles to the mouth of the bay from Kingsport. It is a 3-hour trek on rowboat.
But if I recall correctly, this boat has a sail. We just don't know how to use it.
It is
Or
not
am
a
I?
dinghy. This is a larger rowboat. It does have position for, I believe, one person to row. If you take one, there are 2 that are available to you.
I don't know that we should split up. Ed, we should go. We gave our word. We're very good at getting caught up in whatever random things come our way. Looking at the other rowboat, is there another oar or something, like a hand paddle or something we could take to help out here?
It's set up for one set of oars. It's just a stroke. Stroke.
Okay, so it's a launch.
Is there
Let's
even
just
enough?
keep this
Is there
open
even
away.
enough space for us all to fit on one with the box of coal?
It'll hold. Let's see. I believe a rowboat will hold. Because Bill did his research. It will hold all of you, and the box.
Okay, well. Let us be off.
Bill, I'm gonna do like one quick glance, like just around the
Well,
harbor.
like I said, it's a bigger rowboat than normal, but yeah, it'll fit you guys. It's obviously built for this particular job.
I'm gonna do one quick glance around the harbor, just to see if someone is kind of like trying to stealthily watch us.
Okay. Give me a perception or an perception or investigation. I'll leave it up to you.
Okay.
For investigation.
Investigation. That is a 13 on my perception.
With the rain coming in, and the rain does start getting a little heavier as you guys are kind of standing there, looking around this harbor, you see the glint of the lighthouse light on the harbor master's window. And as you scan around, you don't really you see a lot of people like going under canopies, going in the alleyways, getting away from the rain. But you start seeing a figure in the harbor master window, and as you're it looks like it's looking out the window at you. As you get closer, you see a yellow robe.
Every time.
Yeah, every time. I'm just gonna.
Every time she gets below.
Just wait.
I'm just gonna like mutter myself. I don't have time for you. I just don't have time. Just walk back.
Just waiting for this guy to just become your best friend, and you're just chatting with him whenever you catch him in the
Be
mirror.
with him. Yeah. In a moment of kind of impatience and also something Ben's never done before, go out on a boat for the second time in his life, I guess. So he's done it once, but Ben is gonna hop down into the rowboat and like stand up near the front like the captain, as his coat and the tail on his no, the tail on his turban's kind of catching the wind a little bit. He's like, "Let us go."
Ben, I'm sure you've seen that in some sort of one of the books you've been studying, but no, that's not what you're supposed to sit down.
He's totally on the wrong side of he's on the stern. He thinks he's on the bow.
As he does that, Oliver takes the
Strutting his
big ass
captain pose.
Oliver takes the big ass crate and puts it down into the rowboat.
As the boat rocks, Ben goes over in the water.
As
I tried to warn you as I'm pulling you up out of the water.
as everyone loads into this boat, once Oliver, Parth, and the crate get in this boat, none of you really have nautical experience given your background. This boat does appear bigger than most rowboats. Like I said, these two boats that are tied on look like they were designed for this particular job. There's actually some little slat cut into the wood to where the crate kind of just slides down into the middle of the boat for buoyancy, to where you guys can separate between the two. It looks like it holds a little bit more, but to you it's just a regular rowboat. There is a position for at least one person to take up the rowing position. So who's going to row?
Ben looks at Oliver expectantly.
Yeah.
Oliver's already reached for the oars. He does not expect anybody else to have the raw strength to make a 5-mile trek via rowing.
Okay, so perilously, you guys, with a little bit of struggle, get this nautically tied rope off the high line of the pier and push off. As the boat kind of wobbles a little bit, little uneasy, little unsteady, as Oliver starts taking hold of the oars, and you are in motion.
Well, here's hoping.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Have you read that book too? It was the 3 of them, I think.
The War of the Stars or whatever it was.
Yes, by Seleucus. Oh Lord! Sir Lucas of George.
So, as you go out on this rowboat, which, hey, look, you guys have a rowboat now. everybody pile on.
Oh, an astral. Cool.
And
Yeah.
the bird. But everybody. All right.
Do we have
so,
grid snapping on currently?
Yeah.
Is there?
I think
Sure
so.
is.
Yeah.
There we go.
Donka.
At a certain after the first rock of the boat, as Oliver starts rowing, Tannen is sitting up on the crate, and he's looking at me in that look that only a cat could give. As we are drifting across the water, and I look at him. I know. Okay, go home. Go. Bye. And he vanishes.
So, as the storm is rolling in, as you're crossing this bay, Oliver, give me a strength check for the first
I will-
hour of this trip.
If I
will be-
may. I'm sorry, go ahead, Parth.
I will be. I would like to regularly be casting guidance on Oliver,
Okay.
just for the purposes of like athletics checks and such. To
Okay. So you will be
stamina.
guidanced for this roll.
Sweet. That's a D4, right?
Yes.
That would be a total of a 22.
Okay.
Got a 4 on that guidance roll. Yeah.
Nice.
As this storm is rolling in, the waves start bouncing you a little bit, but you're able to fight them with your 24 and keeping the ship trained on the light in the distance.
I am beginning to think that I was perhaps wrong. Just keeps rowing.
Like holding on to the front edge of the boat, just like,
Walls dug in.
yeah, like, just like,
Hearth is going to also try and find a small length of rope. He's going to request if anyone has one.
You're in the boat. It's easy to find a coil of rope in the bottom.
Yeah. So just I would like to tie off to like to the front where it usually ties to the to dockage. Just put a piece of rope on there. Reasoning being, if someone goes over,
Smart.
trying to
Awesome.
retrieve it.
Somebody
you're
around
not-
here is trying to
Hearth,
plan
Hearth
safely.
does not need to breathe, so
You're not tying it
Going
to anybody particular. You're just tying it to the boat right now.
to the boat. Yeah, to the
Okay,
boat.
gotcha. Noted. All right, so for this first hour into this trek, you guys are sitting here. Oliver's rolling, and you can't tell if he's sweating or if it's the rain coming in. On occasion, you're having to like bail out a little bit of water in the boat, but you start noticing that these dark clouds are now rolling over the Guardian's Rock and it's coming in. Ben, who is proficient in Yog Sothory, give me a Yog Sothory check.
I'm half proficient
Dun 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 dun.
because bard,
Because Burb.
bard, not burb.
Because Barb.
Yeah. No, that's a different class.
Total of 20. 16 plus 4.
There is something eerily familiar with this storm.
As to the one that was over the.
Very similar.
Okay.
Oh, good.
This is conjured. This is not natural.
Wait, similar to what? Remind Derek.
Over the Mirkwood Asylum.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
This is a conjured storm. This is not normal.
That is concerning indeed.
yeah.
Ben stands up a little bit and like leans over the crate and reaches in a pocket and pulls out a pearl and just smashes it into Oliver's forehead as he's like stumbling and falling over, and casts Fortune's favor on him as the pearl just powders right as it strikes your forehead, and
Well,
you
that
just get
seems-
smacked.
Yeah.
And
That's
all-
Well,
gonna
that seemed unnecessarily violent.
Yeah.
Oliver's just continuing to row. It just doesn't even seem like he noticed it, but is now glistening
Probably
in like in what only like a glitter can do, and just being everywhere.
That sweet, hot, furball glitter.
Going into the second hour of your trip, the storm starts picking up as lightning starts flashing in the higher cloud covers above you. It's not striking the ground, but the rain starts pelting you harder. Give me another strength check, Oliver.
Okay.
With guidance. Brandon said he's going to keep it up.
Yes. So that one is even better. That is a 24.
Okay. On top of that, someone give me a survival check to see if you can maintain vision on the light.
I can try that.
Mm.
That is going to be a 13.
Okay.
Mm.
It's a little difficult. You keep watching and scanning out. You keep losing sight of the light in the distance. So you lose it a couple times, but you steer in and very barely keep the boat on course, not adding time to your trip.
Nice.
Is there a little bit of water collected in the bottom of the boat?
Oh, there's a lot of water. collected.
Oh, okay.
Looking at where the lighthouse is, Ben is going to take out his new wand and drop it in the water and watch the wand as the wand strikes the water and bobs just a little bit, almost like this film of melting spider web comes off of it, and it bobs and it rotates due north. And so I will mark that, like what direction is due north versus what direction we are traveling, to help aid us in case we lose sight of it.
And I would like to begin prestidigitating water out of the boat, if possible.
So
I
with
will
the
pick my wand back up.
with the combination of what I did, if you do that every time we ask for a survival check, I will let it be made at advantage.
That's smart.
Nice.
So continuing forward,
Is intelligence.
as the sea starts to buckle and foam around you guys, and this storm starts building itself, Larissa and Killian, the two that haven't done anything really. You have Hearth scanning the horizon. You have Ben giving him navigational signals. You have Oliver pretending he's in the Olympics.
Stroke.
You two give me
Stroke.
perception checks.
Yo.
Okay.
That's a 21 for me.
Nice.
And dirty 20 for me.
Looking in these clouds, and these clouds are starting to block out the sunlight above you as you get closer to this island. With your high roll, by the way, Ben, the storm is settling on top of the island of Guardian Rock.
Of course it is.
I will
not
communicate that to the group.
not moving closer to Kingsport. You guys see dark shapes in the water, swimming underneath the surface as the waves crash up as lightning flashes behind the wave. You see dark shapes swimming almost evenly with you towards the island.
About time-wise, about how close does it seem we'll be to the island? We said it was about 3 hours.
Yeah, you are starting your third hour
Okay.
when this happens.
Do the shapes look familiar?
I
at
have
all?
an idea. Go ahead.
No, you're fine.
Fine.
Do the
You can't really make them out.
So you see Killian start to study the storm that's beginning to. It's basically it's surrounding us at this point. Like we're in the storm, or
You are heading towards the center of the storm. Yes.
okay. And we're rocking on the ocean pretty hard, like waves and all that.
Yes.
Okay. and I see these figures. So you see Killian reaches into like one of his pouches, and he pulls out like a small, compact flute that you've probably never seen him use before. And he's like, "I've got a bit of an idea, but I'm not sure if it's going to work. Don't be alarmed at what's about to happen." And then I start playing the flute, and I
Other
starts out
time
kind of
Ben goes, what?
it starts out kind of slow, and you guys over the sound of the storm you don't really hear it, but then it gets progressively louder, and you would almost like, if you could picture this, I'm playing to match the intensity of the storm, and I'm casting the warding wind spell, and
Nice.
this does a couple different things, but mainly it says it hedges out vapor, gas, and fog that can be dispersed by strong winds, so I'm hoping to lessen the effects of the storm. It's also difficult terrain for creatures other than me, so I imagine it'll affect the sea creatures, whatever. Thank you. That are attacking or moving in on us, and
What's the radius on that?
so it says it's a 10-foot radius that moves with me. So I'm hoping just to surround the boat.
Okay. Because about this time, as this 10-foot circle surrounds Killian, which, I'm just going to give, since you're all in the boat, I'm going to give the boat a 10-foot aura.
Well, Oliver has the oars. I have two.
You are a 10-foot oarer now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I do count as a large creature for a lot of things, so sure.
okay.
For the record, though, it does deafen us. The creatures in the area we can't hear.
It deafens you guys?
Yes.
Okay. So,
You and other creatures in the area. So
as this fog starts to roll in around you from the island, the visibility starts getting really, really hard. But your spell does help. With at least 10 feet, it pushes the fog back. As you start noticing some of these shadowy creatures or shadowy objects start peeking their head up out of the water.
Can I get a better look at them now?
As you're looking, you see something. You're kind of getting a vague look of what this is as something flies past your head. And you see the thing dip back down into the water.
Did it fly too fast for me to catch any detail on it?
It looked like a rock.
So, for the record, ranged weapons do have disadvantage during warding wind.
Yes.
Okay.
Is Oliver able to see, like, in the water within 30 feet of where one of these things is that just seems to be swimming around?
They seem to be keeping on at a distance of about 20 feet from the boat. So, yes, you'll be able to see within 30 feet.
Okay.
Do I have room in this boat to like pull out my bow? Like,
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
You guys are cozy, but
as Oliver continues rowing, his eyes will fog over as they have on other occasions, and an additional odd, shadowy, ethereal creature of some sort, looks something sort of like a furbolg, will appear in the water next to the closest one, and you will see a shadowy sword slash down through it as I manifest my echo.
Okay. So that's going to be new. Let's go ahead as you do that and roll initiative.
in the interest of not talking over everybody, trying to hold off through this as the fog rolls in, Ben tucks a thumb under his belt and mutters an arcane syllable, and almost emanating from where his thumb is hooked on his belt, a small little green shimmer rolls over his skin as he casted Mage Armor.
Look at this map.
That's a good map.
Dang. That's not terrifying at all.
Not at all.
That's fucking rad.
So, Oliver.
Brought to you by Astral Table.
Exist. So,
Okay, I used my fortune's favor on the initiative roll, and I went from a 3 to a nat 20.
as we were rowing, Ben, working on a spell, draws a tarot card and draws the undead. So that'll be great.
Your echo right here.
Yeah.
Next to a... Can you see through your echo?
It is a like semi. It is described specifically as. I will pull it up and read it here. You use your bonus action to magically manifest an echo of yourself in an unoccupied space. In my situation, it is one of my ancestors. I'm sorry, it's within 15 feet of me, not 30 feet.
It's your first time using it. I'm not going to retcon it. We'll just do that going forward.
Okay. Technically, I could have put it within 15 feet and then moved it.
Yeah.
Like, all within the same thing, so it would have just moved otherwise. The echo is a magical, translucent gray image that lasts until it is destroyed, until you dismiss it as a bonus action, or until you manifest another echo, or until you are incapacitated.
Or what you see before you are creatures very similar to what attacked Mirkwood, but these are a little bit more stockier and beefier looking. Very muscle bound. You see corded muscle underneath the amphibian-like skin.
Before we jump into combat here, I have an important question regarding utilizing the boat. Is moving the boat part of my movement, or does that require my action?
The moving boat is part of your movement.
Okay.
If you make an action to take your hands off of the boat, you're not going to be able to move it.
Okay, no, that's fine. I can make my attacks originate from my echo, so I don't have to perform those attacks. The echo can make the attacks for me.
Well, that's hella convenient.
That is such a cool use of that, Jacob. Like,
Yeah.
concentrating on a thing while you also do a thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's
And
so cool.
I think it's one of those, like, thematically, Oliver is just continuing to focus on rowing the boat, and, like, this happens, and it's an ancestor intervening,
Yeah.
like, on his behalf.
So, that being said, let's get some initiative rolls in. So I'm just going to go down the line. Killian,
22.
22. All right, Ben.
19.
Whew, hot initiative rolls, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Hearth.
8.
So it was stated that Hearth was continuously casting guidance on myself, and I have not made another strength check since that was stated. So would I or would I not have guidance for this initiative roll?
I'll say you do because he said
It
he
was
was
that
keeping it
bad, huh?
up.
And no, it was insanely good. It's actually like max it possibly could be. That will be a 26 for Oliver.
Woo.
Basically, the way I say it, he said he's keeping guidance on
Mhm.
you. He's basically sitting there with you, beside you, giving you a pep talk.
You got this, boo. You got this.
Larissa, you
He's your hype man.
I would not have anyone else rowing this boat for us.
22.
The most level, logic-driven, evenly toned pep talk ever.
Love it.
All right, so we will start combat with Oliver.
Cool. So I will, since I already have my my echo manifested, I will bonus action to go into a rage, which thematically kind of already occurred with the eyes, but it gives me advantage on my strength checks for continuing to move the boat. So I will rage, and then I will make my 2 attacks as my action from my echo against this homeboy.
Okay.
So first attack, I believe that is pretty good. That is a 19 to hit.
You hit him.
And just for the sake of this, the second attack is a 17 to hit.
Well, let me say, you hit him with the 19, barely.
Okay, so then the 17 will miss.
The 17 will miss.
Okay.
Will miss. Do that. Miss.
Right. So they will take a grand total of 15 points of slashing damage, as though the magician's judge is being used by my ancestor.
By the way, I have a groaner joke of a suggestion for the party's group name, Oliver and Company.
Oh, Lord.
Veto.
Yeah.
Nobody even liked that movie.
Take that. I take that back. My wife loved it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I did not love it. I did not love it.
Okay, so is that the end of your turn?
That'd be action, bonus action, yeah, and then just however far I can continue moving the boat.
Okay, so you can. We will say that this is a moving combat towards the island. That way, we don't have to keep moving everybody. You move the boat forward another 15 feet towards the island, continuing to row as this combat is moving with you. End your turn.
I did.
Next would be Killian.
So-
But why did it jump to Larissa?
Because we both have the same initiative.
Yeah.
They both had 22. Larissa would have a higher dex.
So we,
yeah.
we get to choose who goes next, technically. So, Bill, where can we get an aura of my warding wind, or
I tried to put it up there. For some reason, it did not want to show. Hold on 1 second. It's got an aura showing. Do the intensity. Alright.
I can do a 10-foot aura on me if you want.
Maybe I'll change the color. Maybe that'll do it. Maybe it's the background. It's probably the background. There we go.
Okay.
10 feet from the center of the boat.
So, can I, Bill? Can I get Larissa to make a perception check to realize that like her arrows are not going to fly through this warding wind very well?
You will be able to tell that it's going to be very difficult to make a ranged attack.
Okay.
Right. I was just doing that in case one came close.
Okay, that's fine.
yeah.
Did you want to go first?
You could go.
Okay. I am going to maintain concentration on Warning Wind, and then I'm just going to Eldritch Blast into the water here.
Okay. Who are you shooting at?
Let's shoot at the one that is not tied up by Oliver's echo, so the one off over here.
Okay.
So first Eldritch Blast. Not great. It's a 17.
Okay. Misses.
Okay. And the second beam. Motherfucker. Yeah, alright. So I fire twice into the water with my pistol. You see this like warbling purple energy come out of it, and I'm not used to firing into water, and so the magic like kind of just like curves off in different directions. And then I'm going to
Curse you, refracted light.
yeah, and then I'm going to use my bonus action to give somebody inspiration. I look at Hearth and I'm like, Friend, I'm not quite sure what all you can do in this situation, but some help would be appreciated. And I'm giving you a D6 of inspiration.
Ooh.
Now you can make even better pep talks.
Larissa, it looks like it's your turn.
I'm going to. I'm gonna. This one, the same one Killian was trying to hit. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use my bonus action. And do insightful fighting.
Okay.
For the record, you can still fire your bow. It's just a disadvantage.
Right. That's a 26 on my end.
You beat his 7.
And I don't really have very much else to do, so I am gonna have to try to shoot my bow. Of course. I'm gonna re-roll that.
You're lucky.
Yeah. So the first one was a 23, and the second one is a 19.
All right. So the second one.
Mm-hmm.
Your second what? Oh,
So,
your
like,
second. No.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. That was me being confused. So if you rolled a 19 on your lucky, with your lucky, you do hit.
Okay. So you want it all?
Yes.
Right.
I want it all.
That is 22 points of damage with the sneak attack.
God, rogues. All right, so you shoot this arrow, and for some reason it finds its mark, going through the water and right into the center of this oceanic humanoid-like amphibian creature, and it's like and sink into its chest as blood just pours into the water as it bobs up and down, reaching to pull another rock from out of the water.
Okay. That's going to end my turn.
Now, sorry, clearing my throat. As this is going on, from a distance that you guys can barely see, you see a large creature come out of the water, riding on its back another one of these strange humanoid-like creatures, riding it almost as if it has a reins around its neck, as this serpentine-like creature breaches the water in the distance and observes the battle.
I'm really glad Oliver's turned around the other direction right now. Might be peeing his pants otherwise.
Don't worry, Ben's got that covered.
Oh
So-
boy.
The ape-like creature, amphibian creature that Larissa went to hit moves. Got a new setup I'm playing around with. Good. I'm surprised Gabe didn't ask for one, but I'm asking for one
The
now.
grid.
Yeah.
Good call.
Honestly, it felt super appropriate without it, like the way my brain was seeing the combat, so I didn't even think about it.
Yeah.
Gonna move closer, and he dives into the water, swims really fast, and surfaces, and goes to grapple Larissa.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So he does have. It is difficult terrain to move through the warding bond. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Take it to a he still
Or
makes
it's a
it.
warding wind. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, he still makes it.
Okay.
All right, so it's gonna be an opposed athletics check, so you can roll athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
Okay, I'm burning my second lucky.
Did you roll?
I did.
Oh,
I burned my lucky, so hold on.
okay.
That's a 10.
With the burn lucky, that's a 10?
Yeah, with the burn lucky, that's a 10.
Alright.
So,
18.
as this is happening, the creature lunges out, and I see Larissa like stumble a little bit as she tries to dodge out of the way. Before it grabs it, Ben's perception almost expands for a moment, and he just swipes his hand to the side, and his vision of that 6 seconds rewinds, and I will use my reaction to chronal shift, forcing Larissa to reroll.
Fucking love that class ability. It's so good.
This is my favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one's a
Clutch.
22.
22. Alright, for a split second, you see and get this vision of this ropey, long, strong, ape-like arms reach out and grab you by your armor. It has you. It is pulling you down into the water with it. And then for some reason, you're now standing in front of it, and it's now very confused of why its quarry was not a definite.
I'm gonna kind of look around like, huh? Okay.
Alright.
Smiling ear to ear, just a shit-eating grin.
Alright, going back to this. This one uses its movement to move the large sea creature into the front of the boat and holding position in the storm. So, juggling. Okay.
So is that one riding on this sea
Yes.
creature? Okay.
It is.
Sorry, I dipped out to grab coffee and I missed the initial description. That's cool.
The ape-like deep one, because I'm just going to start saying that, starts swinging at Oliver's Echo. What's the AC on the Echo?
17.
Oh, that might not hit. Probably not. No, the first attack does not hit. Definitely doesn't. It's the 13.
Okay.
Oh, that's going to hit. That's going to be a 23.
Okay. The moment it hits, it only has 1 hit point, so it instantly dissipates and fades back into the wispy, tendril-like shadow stuff that comes about when Oliver rages.
He does not, because of your aura, he does not have enough to move into that. Okay. But he does move closer. Oh, you know what? I'm like, why does it feel like... I was like,
Music?
it doesn't feel like... It's like not action-packed. I'm like, why not? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot to change the music. There we go. Alright, so, this other one, the third ape-like deep one, moves closer. 25, diving under the water to swim, getting to the edge of Killian's aura. He notices Ben and what Ben did, and he throws a rock at Ben.
Disadvantage.
So that is going to be a 13 to hit with disadvantage.
Does not hit. It strikes Ben, but that green shield shimmers as it strikes off his mage armor.
All right. So,
Okay. Looking around, shit. Whose idea? Why are we doing? Dang it! And Ben throws his arms out to the side, and it's almost like he's reaching for something until he finds a pebble one of the stones that one of them is thrown and skipped off me, and just using just the will of his mind, grabs it, and the stone skips off from where it was skipping across the water and launches at the one that Larissa barely escaped. I need him to roll a dexterity saving throw, please.
I love catapult.
It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. It's become like a go-to.
a great
Oh,
spell.
that's sick.
Okay. I pressed the button for casting in D&D Beyond, not remembering that it will pop up. I'm rolling everything, so I'm going to roll. Right, 4d8, yes. So 10, that is 15, 25 points of damage. to
Jesus.
This one right here.
It's a
Blasted
killer,
him.
dude. Oh, God, it's a killer.
It
What a
just
roll.
beans him right in the temple.
I did the damage to the rowboat.
No!
Well, that's not good.
Be back on boat.
It's okay, guys. I have ending.
So he takes, Ben takes this rock and boom, shoots it with arcane energy, and it just this above the storm, above the roar of the waves, this thickening crack and crunch as this stone just concaves this creature's head, and it starts slipping below the water.
Ben just chuckles. One. And with his bonus action, looking around, seeing that there's another one closing in, this one that threw a rock at me in the background. I'm going to slide Tannen off because Tannen is not around right now. The one that tried to chuck a rock at me, I'll look at him, and as a wave rolls up, you just see skirting across from Ben's location this concussive blast of air, as I will use for the first time in combat my telekinetic feat. It needs to make a strength saving throw, please.
What ability is this?
This is telekinetic. It is the feat I took. It gives me Mage Hand and gives me the ability to push or pull people.
Gotcha. And how far away you can do that?
Within 30 feet.
Okay.
It's fairly limited.
Natural 20, so strength check, 23.
So as the wave of telekinetic force strikes him, he just isn't phased. Nothing happens. And that's my turn.
First time using it, you're like a little stronger next time.
Yeah, little English.
I always discover something really new and amazing every time I use Astral. I just realized I do not have to have the combat tracker up for it to still work.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing.
That's why that start and stop combat button is at the bottom.
Oh, awesome.
Is
Okay.
there a way for players to see the combat tracker?
I wish. Yeah,
Not yet, no.
Okay.
add that to your feedback.
Your
features,
your
Bill.
list of 5 things that means for players to see initiative order.
Gotcha. All right. So, Hearth. Ben, did you end yours?
It looks like it's on Hearth.
Yeah, it's mine and Astral.
Also, a friendly reminder that you still have a D6 inspiration.
Thank you. Will not be used this turn, as Hearth is going to move kind of to the fore of the boat, trying to be within range of this one here, 15 feet, I mean. And there is Hearth is going to mutter some ancient Arcadian prayers to the Everlight as the light that seeps through their body kind of begins to open up, and wisps of energy begin to come out. and take the forms of humanoid manifestations of light that begin to flit around and in the space around the rowboat as spirit guardians is now in effect.
Nice.
Awesome. Good call.
All of anyone in the boat I'm deeming to be unaffected by it.
Okay. And how far is that? You're adding it to the boat or yourself?
To me.
Okay. You can adjust your aura in the character window. That way we know how far it goes out.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. So that's gonna be.
So what does that do again?
So call forth spirits to protect me. Let's see. An affected creature's speed is halved in the area. So any creatures that aren't us in the boat or the familiars. And when the creature enters the area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 3d8 radiant damage in my case. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage, but their speed is also halved.
Why is Tannen always out in? Why is he in the ocean?
I unconjured him, so I just moved him out of the way.
He banned.
I'll make him.
Meanwhile, Nyx is just chilling on the boat, really upset that he's drenched.
Not a happy burb.
Very sad burb.
And looking at this sea creature with a free action, Hearth is going to grab the rope tied to the front and just begin to be ready.
All right. So, end your turn, and it should be up to Oliver.
Okay. So, being that Oliver's facing the back of the boat as he's rowing, he sees this one now, and another of his ancestors will manifest just in front of it. Right here. And will continue making attacks. So, make 2 attacks on that. The first one is a 26 to hit.
26 to hit.
And
You definitely hit.
And the second is a dirty 20 to hit. So that will be, let's see, 6 plus 7 is 13. 9 plus 7 is 16, so 29 points of damage. Is it dead?
No.
Okay.
Barely alive. You take a large slice out of him.
This is perfect. I love getting to use new abilities like this. As this ancestor slices back and forth through it, another spirit appears momentarily next to it and takes a third slice as I use one of my charges of Unleash Incarnation to make an additional attack from my echo outside of my attack action. That is a 24 to hit for 15 points of damage.
Last ancestor cleaves through this creature.
Beautiful. And then that one instantly fades back away and just leaving the initial echo.
Okay. But he's right there, right?
Yes. And then boat will continue to move its action, and then I can move the echo 30 feet in any direction, and it just kind of wafts that way. Also important distinction is the echo is technically considered an object, not a creature. So things like difficult terrain, that sort of stuff, do not affect it. It just shifts through the space. So it will move up to the far side of this one.
All right. So, is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of my turn.
Killian, it is your go.
All right. So I'm still concentrating on warding wind here, but as I'm playing my flute, I take a deep breath. I pull it away from my mouth and I reach down to one of my shatter grenades, activate it, and then I'm gonna pitcher's throw this thing towards the giant eel monster and rider.
Nice.
And because this is a magical effect, doesn't thematically I'm throwing a grenade, but because it's a magical effect, it doesn't get affected by warding wind. So you see like a little space in the wind blip open as it passes through, and then the wind picks back up as I bring my flute back to my mouth. And it needs to make a con save. The creature and the rider needs to make a con save.
What is the what's the range? 10 feet?
It's 60 feet.
The radius.
Sorry,
the
yeah,
radius.
it's a 10 foot. Yeah.
Okay.
I love that effect.
So,
That was
okay.
fun.
Thank you.
All right. So, I like to show off things. And both of them need to make what?
Constitution save.
Okay, that one's +2, and that one's +2. Okay. They both get +2 to Constitution. Alright, so the large sea creature rolls a 15, and the little sea creature rolls a 12.
They both fail.
Nice.
It's
Okay.
a 16 save. So they're going to take 3d8 thunder damage. And that's it. So let's roll this. As 13 thunder damage.
17. Alright, so they are wounded.
As my bonus action, I'm going to look over to Larissa and I'm going to say, I don't know, between toots of my flute.
Flute toots.
Yeah, flute toots. I don't know how you're able to shoot through that warding wind, but keep it up, and I'm going to give you a d6 of inspiration.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
Play it, Mr. Toot.
All the dudes.
And I go back to doot-dooting on my magic flute.
Alright, just making sure I'm not echoing anymore.
Duding intensifies.
Okay, so. And. Wait, do we skip Larissa?
We get to choose who goes, and he's just been going first.
Yeah, but the combat tracker went straight to the next.
Oh,
creature.
yeah, you said it was my turn, I hit next, and I guess...
Larissa, it's your turn.
Okay. I'm going to once again kind of come over to the front of the boat and study this creature that's right in front of me on top of, just to see if I can find any weakness. And I'm going to once again with my bonus action use insightful fighting.
Are you using it on the large creature or the one riding it?
I'm using it on the large creature. That's a 10.
Rough.
Oof.
Yeah.
10?
I'm not doing
You could use your bardic inspiration on that.
Yeah,
an ability
that's true.
check.
You do have a d6.
Okay.
I don't know. That would be. Never mind.
I think it's still a 14.
Does not pass.
I plan on
You've
turning
never,
this on attack, but
you've
it's a
never seen a
14.
creature like this before. You can't really get a good read on it.
Man. Sea creature's rolling well.
I'm gonna take one of my last arrows and try to shoot at it. That's disadvantage, right?
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Oof.
Yeah, it's a 10.
Does not hit.
Okay. That's the end of my turn.
All right. So at the end of your turn, this creature with its rider on its back
Oh fuck, guys.
moves forward.
I know.
Difficult terrain for the last 10 feet.
Yeah,
It's
well,
matter.
Save us.
its speed is halved.
Yeah.
Which
And-
difficult terrain and have
Yep.
it does
And
get
the-
within reach.
Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna matter a lot.
The moment that it comes into the space, it does need to take the Spirit Guardian's effect.
Okay. And
Within
just-
15 feet of us.
That's a
All right.
wisdom saving throw, yeah?
Yeah. It needs to make, both of them, the rider and the creature will need to make a wisdom
Creature.
saving throw, save DC 16.
The creature has a -1 to wisdom, and so he got a 1 because I rolled a 2.
Nice.
However, the creature on its back rolled a 21.
Dang.
All right, go creature.
Yeah.
Is that still a save for half situation with
Yeah.
Spirit Guardians?
Mhm. Yep.
It's been a while since I've looked at that spell. I couldn't remember which it was.
It's going to be 17 points of radiant damage to the serpent or the sea creature, and half that. To
8
the-
rounded down, so
Yeah, eight to the rider.
All right. So, this large creature spins around in the water with its rider, very angry to this mass of magical of energy that he just ran into, and he's going to take a swipe at the boat with its tail.
That go great for us.
Oh, yeah.
And the AC of the rowboat.
If it looks like it's gonna hit, I want to try to reaction cutting words.
Okay, it is. It is. It does look like it's about to smack into the side of your rowboat.
Shit. Okay. So what? I just roll a d6 and subtract the number. Okay.
Well, what's your cutting words to the creature?
What
I'm gonna do something in conjunction with that as well.
do I say to this fucking thing? Can't you see you're not welcome here? Get on out of here! And I rolled a G spot.
Yeah, 6.
6. So you cut 6 from it.
If the tail keeps swinging and it looks like it's still gonna hit, I'm gonna use my reaction as well.
Armor class is 11. It's got 50 hit points. So that was a roll. So 6, 11. Right on the AC, it is still hitting the rowboat.
Okay.
And what were you going to do, Ben?
Killian starts speaking. Ben expands his consciousness a little bit and is seeing all these timelines go past his head, and just reaches out and grabs one randomly, trying to desperately avoid this moment in time. And I will use my second Chronal Shift to force him to reroll.
Oh, the making the creature reroll?
Yeah.
Okay.
So does my -6 still apply to the new roll?
Mechanically, the only thing that I affect is the creature. So theoretically, yes, but totally a DM call there.
Say it does, because it's technically the same roll.
yeah. It'd be like the roll being done, and then yours is in reaction to like the end, like the final roll.
So, with it being a reroll, I do just accept whatever I roll, right?
Unfortunately for him, yes, and sometimes
But
unfortunately
could be
for us
worse.
because it could be a crit.
Even if it's better, right?
Yep.
Even if it's better, it's a gamble.
Yep.
So the
Yeah.
first one, I rolled an 11. The attack plus 6 was a 17. Brandon took 6 away, or took 6 away to an 11. Still met it. Oh yeah, sorry, it's Derek.
Derek.
And then this time I rolled a 13.
Shit.
Hey, it's a gamble.
Yeah, it was worth a shot.
All right.
So this tail swings out of the water up higher than you guys, smack into the side of this rowboat as you guys are rocked. And the rowboat takes
A lot.
A lot.
Oh boy.
14 points of damage.
No.
So none of us are taking damage. Do I need to maintain concentration on my spell, or am I good?
I need all of you to roll dexterity checks.
Oh, that's gonna dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, dexterity saving throws.
This is gonna go awfully.
On top of that, who wants to forego their dexterity saving throw to try to keep the box on the boat?
I think Oliver's hands would be stuck on the oars, trying to
I will do it.
not lose anything there. So
Oh yeah,
I will do it.
The flabby wizard.
Let's take it back. Who's choosing to do their dexterity at disadvantage to try to keep the box on the boat?
Oh,
I worded it wrong. I worded it wrong.
Or I mean,
Hey, I can do it.
I already said it, so
Okay.
it doesn't
So-
matter.
Give me some dex checks.
13.
13.
I got a 7.
7.
17.
I got an
Rod
11.
is
No, I got a
overboard.
17, not 7.
Oh, 7. Okay. All right. So,
Oliver
Who
had
got-
Oliver had a dirty 20.
okay. Who got below a 14?
I did.
Oh, I got
Ben-
a 14.
Ben and Hearth go overboard.
This is fine.
So,
This is fine.
Yeah.
Larissa also got below
If it's-
14.
If it's under, yeah, I say if it's under a 14, I went overboard.
Okay, and Larissa goes overboard
oh
on
boy.
this.
Well, it's just you and me now, friend.
Oliver's just continuing to pull on the oars, like eyes glazed over, barely even like recognizing what's happening.
Do I maintain hold on the rope?
Yeah, I'm gonna say you do.
Okay.
Oh, that was such a
Well-
good call, man.
Falling into the water, Hearth. You all would see that Hearth, like there's a tug on the side of the tug on the front of the ship or front of the boat as
Now,
the
reading
rope goes
into
taut.
Fortborns, they don't necessarily sink.
No. I mean they're humanoids for.
Yeah, they're humanoids. They can swim. They've got air pockets in their bodies. So I don't want you to think like you're.
Just
You know.
plummeting.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I just mean coming over, just the force of the rope. It's just
Gotcha.
a way of them perceiving immediately that someone's got a hold of this rope.
Yeah.
All right. So, it ends its turn as this creature now pulls on its back, pulls a rock from its bag on its side and throws it at Oliver, who is rowing the boat.
Okay.
Disadvantage.
Yeah, that's
17 AC.
I can always roll a 1. Yep, 4. The rock goes wild. It looks very
Sweet.
frustrated, but kind of happy that its pet knocked the crap out of the boat.
I'm sure it is.
This one, seeing the people go into the water, this one will dive in front of the Echo. Does the Echo get an attack of opportunity?
It does. I can make my opportunity attack from the position of the Echo. So
Okay.
I will make an attack there.
It's like, ooh, actual people to eat.
That's a 19 on the die, so lots. Reroll that one. That's 14 points of damage.
Okay. All right. You definitely get a good swipe into him as he dives under the water.
I was hoping that was going to be enough.
And
Not quite. Oh, at the start of its turn.
So even I just didn't want to speak over once the conversation had already started, but also it's the Spirit Guardians make a DC. That would be a DC 16.
It's centered on you, so DC 16. Wisdom save.
Yep.
Which their wisdom's a +1, so that's a 17. So I know he'll take half damage.
He's going to take 7 points of damage since it's rounded down.
Ooh. Death by 1,000 cuts. He will move forward as he takes his damage going through this energy field, but he is hyper focused on Hearth. He will attempt to grapple you,
Checks out.
not knowing that you are a machine and not a man.
It's gonna go badly for him.
Okay, so you can do an opposed athletics or acrobatics. It's your choice.
I am going to do an acrobatics check. That's a 9. I rolled horribly on that.
This creature wraps its arms around you and starts pulling you down into the water.
Has it pulled him off of the rope, or does he still have
that's
the rope?
the question too.
You're hanging onto the rope, but you're going under the water.
Sure.
Okay.
This is fine.
This is absolutely fine.
Man.
Hearth is the only one not afraid of being in the ocean right now.
So, that one, let's see, Benjamin's turn.
Okay. As Ben gets launched into the water and is super not strong and is literally just being swept away as it goes, he reaches back with his mind and looks at different timelines briefly, and reaches forward and grabs one and pulls himself through it as he misty steps back onto the boat.
Love it.
Like literally yanking himself through reality. And from there, he's going to look around and realize he wasn't the only one who got knocked over. And go, oh, shit. Looking at the big creature, he is going to reach an arm out, and from his ring, some greenish energy flashes, just focusing on time again, and a swirl of spectral green chains wrap around his hand, and similar ones try to wrap around the creature, as I'm going to attempt to use momentary stasis to lock it in a moment of time. So as an action for me, he's probably going to succeed this, but it is a Constitution saving throw from him.
From the creature.
From the monster.
I had him do a con save earlier, and they only had like a +2, so.
9.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
The spectral green chains wrap around it and like cinch into it, and it flickers as if frozen in reality, like a glitch in the Matrix, trying to move and not moving. He is incapacitated and has a speed of 0 until the end of my next turn.
Nice. That's huge.
And I'm concentrating on that. And that's it for me. Ben like sinks down and is holding his hand, like struggling against this creature.
Sweet.
No.
I love this.
Oh, dude. That's so pretty.
This is awesome.
The thing is, you're not seeing what Brandon's seeing, right?
Fair.
No, it's great. I'm literally in the Little Mermaid right now, fighting this deep one.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That's
So,
my turn.
All this made appropriate by Astral,
Mhm.
which is an amazing device. Let's see. All right, I'm going to assign that to Tawa. If you want to switch to Brandon, I just moved the camera guy to you,
Okay.
Jacob, to show what Brandon's dealing with.
And so, Hearth,
Nice.
being grappled by this creature and being pulled down, is going to be a little bit disturbed that they can't help their friends as easily currently. However, Hearth is going to cast a spiritual weapon as a bonus action.
Okay. So
And yeah, go ahead.
no, go ahead. Keep I'm just
So
moving
the,
your.
the Everlight manifests out of Hearth's chest and wraps around behind the deep one and just goes to strike it in the head.
Okay.
And then it'll be a melee spell attack. For 20.
20. Do you hit him? You hit him with a 20?
Yes.
Okay, you've definitely hit him.
Yeah, that is the total roll. Alright, and then... Ooh, yes.
This underwater scene is badass.
Waiting to
That
use
is,
this.
that is a 8 on the roll, and then plus 4 wisdom damage. So 12 points of damage to this deep one.
Okay, so he dies.
And now, as soon as that happens, Hearth is going to look for the giant creature. Am I able to see it, make it out?
Yeah, it's right above you.
Okay, wonderful. I'm going to cast Sacred Flame.
Okay.
It needs to make a dexterity saving throw of 16. It is incapacitated, however.
Then, does it automatically fail? You're muted, Gabe. I can't hear you.
If he's incapacitated, he automatically fails a dexterity saving throw. It will, however, release him from his stasis.
Oh.
You didn't know that.
Hurt.
Yeah.
All right, so automatically failure. Roll that damage.
It's going to be... Let's hope it's not. 14 points of... I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out what kind of damage. It's radiant damage.
Radiant damage. All right,
14
so
points of radiant damage.
As the radiant light hits, the chains shatter and dissipate.
okay, so all this happens at once. What you guys see is from underneath the creature, this column of radiant light breaks up through the ocean, through the creature, damaging it, getting rid of Ben's chains on it.
And then I'm going to... Can I see Larissa?
I'm going to say yeah, because you are underneath and looking up.
Okay. About how far do you think I am?
You're just under the surface. You're about...
How far from Larissa?
20 feet.
20 feet. Okay. Just to be purposeful, Hearth is going to have the rope and then swim over towards Larissa.
Okay, you guys kind of see the rope move as whatever's attached to it is moving underneath the water. So, And does that end your turn, Hearth?
It will. What's that?
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So Oliver, to be on you.
All right. Not being able to see what is going on with Hearth. Oh. Damn it. Oliver's gonna, seeing the creature moving again, focus will remain where it has been on removing threats. So the echo will move forward next to the creature, and then a whole mess of stuff's gonna happen. We'll start off with 2 attacks, as we have done previously. Wow, those are crap rolls. The first one is a 14 to hit.
Do not hit. It bounces off this side, and you seeing through the echo, right?
I mean, no, it's perception is still from Oliver.
Okay. All right. So you see the sword just bounces off the blubbery side of the creature.
Okay. In that case, I am going to use my inspiration on the second roll to re-roll that, because that was worse. That is a dirty 20 to hit.
It does hit.
Oh, re-rolling that. There we go. That went from a 1 and a 2 on the die to a 5 and a 6 on Great Weapon Master. So that is 18 points of damage.
18 points of damage.
And then, sorry, go ahead.
Hold on. No, you go ahead. I got it.
I will unleash Incarnation as a second shadow spawns to make an attack for 19 to hit.
All right, you hit.
For 17 points of damage. And then I will action surge as another 2 shadows briefly pop into it. Like as that Unleashed Incarnation fades down, 2 more pop up, just kind of like surrounding the creature from different angles, making 2 more attacks. Both of those are 13 on the die, so that is, both of them are 21 to hit.
Give me a total.
Total damage on that will be 9 plus 7 is 16. 9 plus 7 is 16, so 32 points of damage.
All right. It's still hanging on, but it's not looking very good.
And then all the rest of those shadows fade back down, leaving just the original echo.
Okay, so next up.
And that will end my turn.
All right, Killian's next.
Yeah,
Actually,
I'm gonna blast.
One quick specification. I'm going to shift the echo over closer to Larissa.
Okay.
Good?
Yes, I'm done. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Killian.
Yeah, I'm gonna Eldritch Blast this guy off the fucking mount.
Before that, you being who you are, a gatherer of information, a bard, a keeper of knowledge, roll me an intelligence check.
Just intelligence?
Yeah.
Okay. 15, sorry.
15. As you're about to Eldritch Blast this creature off the damn thing, as you said, something is gnawing at your head about this sea creature, and seeing that sword smack into the side and these, like, secretions come off of something back into the smoke shop days ago, when the proprietor talked of a creature native to the island whose secretions, when added to seaweed, create the basilisk leaf. and the secretions are known to petrify
Psychedelic.
those that petrify those that touch it and turn them to stone.
Okay. I will shout that information out. I don't have a whole lot of time in combat to shout that, though, so I'm just going to say...
You get 3 words. 3 words for free. That's how it goes in combat.
I'm just going to shout, don't touch it!
Okay. All right.
And then I'm going to Eldritch Blast the rider off the mount.
Okay.
Okay, so first bolt is a 23.
Nice.
Yep, you definitely hit him.
Okay, and the second bolt... Actually, do you mind if I see what happens after the first bolt, and then I re-aim my second bolt?
Yeah, I'm going to move him move the creature because I can't get to him. So
That's fine. Yeah, so when somebody is mounted and you force them to like some kind of effect forces them to move, they fall off their mount. There's research that I did for my other character in Gabe's game. So my Eldritch Blast forces him to move 10 feet, and he's taking a D10, which I rolled a 5.
I did not mean to kill him.
That's okay.
damn.
That's fine.
Yeah, we're fine with it.
Accidents happen.
Totally fine.
Like, how did I kill him dead? What?
What? So he takes 5 points of force damage. I'm gonna go ahead and aim my other Eldritch Blast at the creature, at the big eel creature.
He takes how much of force damage?
5.
5. Okay. Right.
Next roll is a 19.
He is still alive, but you do move him back 5, 10 off of the sea creature.
Cool. And then I'm blasting the sea creature. I rolled a 19 to hit.
You do hit the sea creature.
Nice.
Okay. And that's going to be an additional D10. He takes 4 points of force damage, and he is also blasted back.
All right.
If possible, I'd like to blast him like kind of like northwest-ish.
Can the
like
push
away
happen
from,
multiple times
Killian.
per round?
Yeah, I
What?
believe so.
Sorry,
yeah,
go
it
ahead.
can happen every Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah,
single
it's the-
one.
It's the pulling one you can only do once.
Ah, gotcha.
So, Killian,
Yes.
how do you want to do this against the Basilisk?
Okay. So
You're welcome
I
for that
blast-
setup.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Oliver. So I take my pistol and I fire at the rider. It blasts the rider off, and as the rider is like flying off, he like snags the reins and it pulls up on it, and it causes the sea creature to like rear up, and it opens its mouth, and then I fire an Eldritch Blast into its mouth.
Nice.
The sea creature is dead. All right, next go would be Larissa's. I don't know why I keep skipping her.
Yeah, Larissa, you see Hearth coming towards you, and then you see an outstretched hand. Just
I'm gonna
coming through the
misty
water.
step back on the boat.
Larissa has not bothered to look down.
Oh, yeah. I was just saying what you see.
Epic
Yeah.
moment, he's swimming, he's gonna save her, and she's just like, oof.
Yeah.
Water swirls back in like a vacuum.
I'm gonna try to use one of my very sacred last remaining arrows to hit this thing.
Okay, roll at disadvantage.
Still at a disadvantage, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Of course. 14.
14. You do not hit as it goes wide, as it is trying to recover.
That is the end of my turn.
All right, so being the end of your turn, That means it is his turn, and you see him looking around, the rest of his party gone. He dives into the water in GTFOs. 4, 5. So, Hearth, you can see this other sea creature, but he is booking it. Right at the edge of the map.
Are they on Hearthslayer or?
Let's see. Yeah, he should. There. Yes, Hearth. You see him at the edge of your map.
Okay.
Next, Ben's turn.
Looking around, not really seeing anything of an immediate threat. Ben will hold a Mind Sliver spell as his action.
Okay. Hearth, it is your turn.
All right.
Actually, is Hearth within, like, can I see Hearth?
How far are you from the surface? I'll ask you that.
Not far, I don't think. I was going up towards Larissa. I mean,
Okay.
with the waters chopping about, I don't know how easy it would be to see me, but
Give
you
me,
know, I'm not-
Ben, give me a perception check with disadvantage. With everything
There
that's
is a-
going on, the holding the spell.
Don't see him. That's it for
I
me.
would say there's also light from the spirit guardians kind of illuminating the space kind of artificially as well, and they're centered on me, so I don't know, I don't know what the
I rolled a 1, so it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, you're fine. Sorry, I didn't hear that part. Never mind. I am going to make my movement still be under the water, and I've got that bardic inspiration. I'm gonna do a guiding bolt. It's 120 feet. That's 8. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do?
You've got the range.
Yeah, I've got the range. I'm going to use my clockwork. No, never mind. Actually, yes. I'm going to use my clockwork amulet to get an automatic 10 on the die.
Okay.
Plus 8 for my attack, and then plus the bardic inspiration, just so I ensure that I hit with this thing.
You are, its armor class is 19, and you mechanically get it up there.
Yeah.
Nice.
As this clockwork amulet kind of keys in the targeting, internal targeting, and that's a plus 6 on the bardic inspiration. Thank you, Killian. And
Nice.
yeah,
Hell
so
yeah.
it's well within what's going to hit, and that's 4d6 radiant damage. Ooh. 16 points of radiant damage, and any as the guiding bolt just strikes out, creates light in the water. You on the surface might be able to see just the shimmering light emerging from way in the boat as
You see a streak of light go from Hearth and a beeline underneath the water like a torpedo, and just a concussive just under the surface of a, as this thing floats up momentarily and then sinks. into the water dead.
You
And
can see Hearth is going to pop up out of the water. And
I drop my warding wind.
it is done.
at that combat ends, and the storm has rolled in over the course of this, simple skirmish that took place.
As soon as it seems like threats are done with, Oliver will like grab the oars and hand them to Killian, and then just grab the rope that he had seen Hearth go off the side with, and just start hauling the rope back up onto the boat.
Pulling, with the combined effort of you and Hearth, you guys are able to bring him back on the boat very easily. The rest of the journey, moving forward, just give me one more strength check.
Okay.
With guidance.
21.
Fighting the storm, fighting the wind, fighting the waves, you're able to power through, going towards the light of this lighthouse at the center of the storm. One more survival check will do it to keep him on track.
Then we'll give him advantage by pulling out the wand again and finding north, and that in relation to the distance, the direction we're traveling.
Okay. So advantage on the survival check?
Yes.
Nice.
Ooh, that's
Teamwork.
Good. Was a nat 1, and now it's an 18.
There we go.
Well, plus 4, so 22.
Nice.
Yay.
22. So over the course of the remainder of this final hour, you are able to make it to the shore of Guardian's Rock as the party comes to the edge. Big party. As everybody, half the people shows up off screen.
Very cool.
And that is where we'll take our break.
Okay.
Sweet.
I'm here for it.
Digging that combat.
Mm-hmm.
That's fun.
That was fun.
Super fun time to
combat
get a
like
break.
that.
Super fun time to get to break out the echo on that.
Then keep rowing.
Yeah.
What? Such cool use.
It's good times. Good times.
And maintain the rage, because...
Yep, because I'm attacking.
Yeah,
But they're
that's so
attacking.
cool.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah,
It's an intellectual rage. At that point.
He has become the rage. The rage within.
all right. So
The Marxist struggle is real.
I
there's
so
actually
about this.
there's actually a really awesome homebrew paladin oath called the Oath of the Working Man, and it's like I've got to send it to you. It's absolutely amazing.
I look forward
like
to reading that. That sounds amazing.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
good.
It's very industrial revolution, like for the people
Nice.
type of
Nice.
paladin oath.
I love it.
I now want to create a paladin bard that's the working man. That's basically Bruce Springsteen.
Yes. I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
All right.
Absolutely.
So as the party comes onto the shore of this Guardian's Rock with the lighthouse in the distance, we will take our break.
Cool.
Awesome.
We'll be back in just a few minutes. If you haven't considered following us, thanks for joining us. Give us a follow if you like, and we will return in just a few moments.
Awesome. All right. See you guys then.
Woohoo!
All right.
Hey, Bill,
Best
bring that
game.
mic in just a smidge.
Thank you. How's that?
Yeah, it's much better.
Much better.
Okay, cool. Everybody passed their P checks. We grabbed their snacks. So we're heading in to this island of Guardian Rock with the only lighthouse leading into Rainbow Bay of Providence Islands. Upon coming up to the shore, during this storm, which I don't know why the audio player stopped playing the storm. There we go. Coming up. Roll me. Ben, roll me a perception.
Uh-oh. I'm so good at these. Oh, hey! That actually turned out great. 19 on the die, plus 4, so 23.
Through the fog and the storm and the pounding rain, you feel you can make out shadowy like figures on the shore waving.
That's not good. And then I'll point it out.
Oliver like tries to look over his shoulder, realizes that's kind of pointless, and just keeps rowing. Do
Right.
we need to stop or keep going to the
Keep
shore?
going.
That just
Keep
keeps on
going.
rowing then.
So as you get closer to the island, you kind of lose that image that you saw to the shadow and the flashing of the thunder and the lightning above you. And as you get closer, you start noticing that I'm dropping people behind the boat. Everybody, you breach the rowboat up on the side as you guys pile out. And where the figures were, there are just floating mounds of seaweed.
Interesting. How far away are they at this point?
You guys are right up on it, like right near the edge where the waves are crashing into the sides of this beach. What you thought were waving, shadowy creatures asking for help, ushering you to come to the island, you actually see just crashing and splashing piles of nasty, foul-smelling seaweed.
Looking at it, but still maintaining a distance, the seaweed starts moving as if there is a hand scooping through it. Using my telekinetic mage hand. I don't know if that was real.
If what was real?
Yeah.
People, thought I saw people waving, like beckoning for help, right here, but there's nothing.
I'm gonna look around for like footprints though, or anything that shows that somebody might have
See
been around.
any footprints on the island, on the beach, or that hasn't been buffeted or destroyed by the storm coming in.
Right.
But as the party moves forward up the beach a little bit, and you get closer to the rowboat, you start noticing that it's smashed and broken apart, and there's claw marks on the side, and lying in the lower part of the boat, almost invisible until you get up, you see a dead body.
Shit, guys.
No.
So something worth noting, like as Ben has pointed out, like things that he thought he saw and things like that, and it's very clear that like perhaps the danger's not over. Walking just behind Oliver and like to one side, another one of his ancestors just like forms behind him, just keeping pace, walking like in lockstep with him.
Keep the echo up like that?
I can.
Keep it up indefinitely.
It can literally go everywhere with me if I so choose.
So I'm not making a character that's like the villain in Chronicles of Riddick that just has a fish after him and follows him everywhere he goes.
Yeah, so I can dismiss it at any time, but for purposes of like there's danger around, so his ancestors are like bringing themselves into the situation. Essentially, is how I'm looking at it. So they're walking behind him, but like there's no footsteps left from where they're stepping.
So, the party coming upon this boat. Coming upon this boat, you do. The boat can stay back. The rowboat can stay back. The boat's not coming.
Yeah, Oliver would definitely like pull the rowboat up onto shore to make sure it doesn't go anywhere, that sort of thing. Like out of heaves it on up there.
Who's carrying the coal box?
Oh, well, he would do that, and then I guess he would have the coal box with him. Nobody else can lift that thing, so.
Accurate.
Ben's going to kneel down as if to address someone, and then forming out of the sand is Tannen. I know, I'm sorry. Can you please go take a look? I know. I'm sorry, but you're better at this than I am. Please go.
And then I nod to Nix and like kind of like gesture as well, and he takes flight. So I want to have him circle around the building as well.
As you send off the familiars to go, are you sending Tannen to investigate the body or the island?
Ruins. If what we're seeing is roughly accurate, if there's like a ruin off to the side, Tannen's going that way.
Okay. So as you guys are sending your familiars off to explore different parts of the island, this body before you is this bloated, gray-skinned man with sunken eyes. Clutched in his hand is a very odd crystalline dagger that he's got no pun intended, death grip on. As his body is old and slashed about, and he's just staring up with this look of utter horror on his face.
Well, that's pretty on par with everything else around here.
Is there any markings on the dagger or on his clothes or anything that's familiar?
Dagger is strange. It's very primitively made. It's made of a bluish, like crystal that obviously has a sharp edge, like someone's chipped it very skillfully in the form of a dagger. The handle of it is covered in his hand, but it almost looks like it's made of coral.
Yeah.
Mm.
Pull out that basalt rock I have and look at it. Does it look the same?
Actually, it does not.
Okay. Well, that's one positive thing. Hearth, do you make anything of this? Do you have any ideas?
If I were to have some time to rest, we could speak with this individual. I assume this may be the lighthouse keeper himself.
I don't know that we have time for that right now. Looking at the storm.
Surely. Well, looking up at the storm as well. Surely, but I perhaps would like to take him with us at least so that his friends in the town can bury him.
This boat, destroyed as it is, seems bigger than ours.
How destroyed's the boat?
Got large holes knocked into it.
Well, if we're not returning with the coal, carrying a body shouldn't be too difficult. It does stink, though.
Ben, do you, I can't help but notice what happened to this boat. Do you have any way of hiding ours?
Hiding?
Yeah, I imagine this was sabotaged. I don't know. I want to make sure we have some way of off this island.
Honestly, I don't. That not really my specialty, as you know. Illusion is a type of magic. I can manipulate people's minds a bit, but leaving a lasting effect is not something I am capable of.
Do we want to just drag it up with us to the lighthouse? Take all this up and get out of this blasted rain?
I think getting it on shore would not be bad, so it will not wash away.
So Oliver will head back and put the crate back into the boat where it was set into it, and then grab the like shoring rope for tying it off, and just start dragging the whole boat and everything further up.
Roll an intelligence check.
18 on the die, so probably 18 flat.
Okay. As you go to do this and you think about it, looking upon past the beach and the sand going up, this is called Guardian Rock. It's mostly a rock jutting up out of the ground, so it's very rocky and jagged. Putting this weight on this boat and dragging it up against the rocks might not be the best course for the hull of the ship.
Well,
How much did we decide the crate weighs? Ballpark?
Well, it takes a combined strength of 30 to lift it. Being that Oliver
Is it over 500 pounds?
Being that it's a combined strength of 30 to lift it, yes.
Okay, then I can't. Tell.
Let's just move it. Let's move the boat here behind this rock, and then I can.
I could also
Create-
just come back down to get the boat after I put the crate up there.
And I think we're overthinking it. Let's just
Yeah, I
secure
don't think
it.
we need to spend that much time on it. Let's put it behind that rock, and then I was going to earth tremor and creatively create some cover for this thing.
As everybody's discussing this, Hearth just simply begins to speak ancient Arcadian prayers. The Everlight begins to emerge from their body. And over the boat where we've set it, a similar shape of like a shield emblazoned with an ever-burning light just stands this quiet, silent vigil over the boat.
Okay.
That
As
should
you're-
provide some protection.
As you're speaking in Arcadian and replying in ancient Arcadian, seems we could use all the light we can get out here. Looking up.
So just to re-clarify, what are you casting?
Guardian of Faith.
Guardian of Faith. Okay. So I'm just gonna put a copy of your what's the range on that?
Anything that moves to a space within 10 feet of the Guardian, so effectively 10 feet of this boat, for the first time on a turn, must succeed on a Dex saving throw. Creature takes 20 radiant damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. The Guardian vanishes when it is dealt a total of 60 damage.
Okay. And how long does that last?
8 hours.
Whew.
It's a leave in place kind of spell.
And you said
Yeah,
it's
it's-
it's 20 feet.
Oh, it's
Within 10 feet.
So a 20. Yeah, so I mean, it'd be like a 10-foot
Radius.
radius.
There you go.
And then Hearth will also say, perhaps just to let us know, perhaps one of the familiars can keep an eye on it as well.
You say
That's fine.
that.
I'll-
and
I'll-
Ben
I'll have,
nods.
I'll have
Good.
Mix watch over it.
You see Ben's eyes glaze over in worry for a second at mention of the familiars, and then his vision fades and he just switches into Tannen. And I am now perceiving through Tannen. I just reach my hand up and plant it on Killian's shoulder.
And where is Tannen?
I was sending him up to the ruins.
As you come up to these ruins, the first thing that Tannen notices is that blowing within the wind it appears to be a journal that has just been decimated by the storm, and the papers are everywhere.
Immediately popping out, Tannen will go and try to sit on as many pages as possible. If it fits, he sits. And Ben will take off, not even saying anything.
So as Ben's running away, you guys hear from the area near the corpse, you hear almost an outlet of air. As
Oliver like stops, looks back at it. It is. Are we sure this is a corpse, or is this man alive?
Can I make a medicine check?
you get closer, yeah.
Yeah, I'll get close and check this individual.
As you almost have to crawl into the boat to get to the body. As you do, and you reach your hand down to grasp it, as you go and investigate this body, you almost see, starting around the facial area, his nose, starting with the tip of it, starts to turn to ash as if sand falling through an hourglass, and eventually, right before your eyes, the entire body fades to ash.
Ooh, that's not normal.
As the dagger just clink on top of the pile.
Killian, since you were the last person I communicated with telepathically, I'm still linked to you.
On top of that, Hearth, give me a wisdom save.
Oh, darn.
Killian, you hear briefly in your head, I'm describing what I'm seeing, all
One
these
sec.
pages of a journal.
All right.
Okay.
So, Bill, for you, just to clarify what your rule is, if we want to use inspiration, do we declare before we even make the first roll, or can we use inspiration to re-roll? Okay.
I'll say it. I use it like lucky. Before success or failure is given.
So you can roll and then be like, oh, that's a crappy roll, and then choose to use it.
Right.
Just
Cool. Okay. Yeah.
Same rules. Same rule as lucky.
All right. I'll take it. That is a 20 total.
Okay. So this, as you look at the ash and the image of this body falling apart, your mind is evaded. Passing your wisdom check, you take no psychic damage from this, but your mind is assaulted with this vision of just roaring flames and this image of a face on fire as a cacophony of just unintelligible words as this creature writhes in agony. It's no body, no form. It's just a head and flame. The entire being is erupted and on fire and in torment. And you have to shake your head away to get the vision to stop.
This is strange. Can I make a religion check possibly to see if I recognize this figure?
Are you proficient in the Yog Sothory or the Mythos proficiency, which is unique to my world and comes from the Sandy Peterson Mythos guide that's been advertised on Critical Role. Really amazing book. I suggest it for everybody.
I'm as proficient as the next person. No, absolutely not. No.
Okay. Being from your ancient, you are from ancient Arcadia. It might have been something during your character creation. You should have had access to that if you were chosen to be proficient in it. But I will let you make a roll, being that you're a creature from ancient Arcadia. So just do, do a knowledge religion. That'll be fine.
Okay. No idea.
Okay. Yeah, it escapes you.
I'm gonna say out loud. Does anyone know of figures made entirely of flame? Any sort of religion or pantheon that may have existed since my time?
Does that ring any bells for me? Can I make some kind of check?
Derek, you can make a Yog Sothory roll with a disadvantage because you're at only half proficiency. Ben, you're gone.
Yeah, I'm not there. I'm trying to scoop up as many of these journal pages as I can that look like they still have writing on them.
I rolled a 3.
You rolled a 3. Yeah, you have no idea.
I'm gonna look down at the dagger and say, we should probably take this with us.
So I'm gonna,
although it may be dangerous.
When he says that, I'm gonna pull the cloth I had that figure I smashed in, and I'm gonna reach down, and I'm not gonna try to touch it, but I'm gonna wrap it.
How did Bill make his wife paranoid?
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it in the cloth and try to slowly pull it out.
So, as you examine this dagger, it is very well made for such a primitive looking dagger. The edge looks very keenly sharp. And even through the cloth as you hold it, it is cold to the touch.
Okay. Looking at it closer, can I see any other details I didn't see the last time?
dagger itself within the crystal almost appears to have a hollow inside, and as you look at it, almost a bubble of air sloshes as water seems to be trapped inside the crystal.
That's cool.
Yeah. Hmm. Okay.
Back to Ben, real quick. Ben, these pages have been exposed to this rain probably as long as the body's been exposed to the elements. Some of the ink has just been washed away. The journal is ruined. Of all the pages you can gather together, you're bundling them up and grabbing them. 2 pages seem to be legible.
Okay, then those will be the only 2 I grab.
Okay. So you will find these pages available to you. Share with players. Share with players as LHHO1 and LHHO2.
Accept the position as light. Okay. I'll return to the group as I'm reading them out loud.
Okay.
Accepted the position as lighthouse keeper. Matthias didn't want to say anything about my predecessor, but I get the feeling he knows more about it than he lets on. He isn't so bad after all. I get time to myself. Whatever contraption is powering the lighthouse is very efficient. It takes almost no coal to keep lit. Fished out a strange crystal from the sea today. It is pretty. And then the second one. Loading. I have a weird feeling I'm being spied upon. And I look up and look at the group. Might be the solitude, but I swear I saw someone wave at me from the coast yesterday. Light blinked last night, just as quick as there was a knock on the door. Nothing. Seems like they don't like the light. Better make sure it remains lit. And I look up at the lighthouse. Does it appear to be dim or dimmed?
It is a light.
Okay, good.
Shit's lit.
Shit's lit, man.
Yeah.
It's off the chain, yo. Interesting. As I rejoin the group reading these out loud. This appears to be the lighthouse keeper's journal. Most of it is ruined. And without saying anything, Tannen starts slinking off towards the lighthouse proper. Anyone want to look at these?
Larissa, with no need to identify it, you can find the dagger in D&D Beyond. It's called Dagger of the Depths.
Dagger of the Depths.
Yes.
With the body having like ashed itself and still holding the crate, and he'll look about. Well, I don't think there's much we can do about that then. Shall we at least get out of this rain? And seeing Tannen head up towards the main building, he will start heading that direction as well.
I look at Ben and I say, "Hey, come here, my turn." And I put my hand on your shoulder, and then my eyes gloss over.
And in your head, you hear, "Oh, that's what that's like." I'm sorry.
I want to circle the building, basically. See as much as I can see. Bill?
A perception check as Mr. Hawken. Which should have been the greatest name.
Nyx is a female, thank you very much.
Mrs. Hawken.
There you go. Alright, I have advantage on perception as Nyx. Let's do these.
It's actually a talent to sex a bird.
Oh.
Maybe
okay.
a sentence you should never utter again.
No, seriously, it's like it's a talent. Like if you ever watch, like in poultry farms, they'll sit here and like people will just pick them up. It actually, they say it can't be taught.
Yeah, it just
Well,
Wait,
listen,
that was
So
Listen,
moving on, I rolled a 23
Thank you.
with advantage.
So,
we broke Brandon.
flying around the lighthouse. The light is burning very brightly, but you do notice that around the island, almost as if they are staying within the distance of where the light reaches its intensity. A lot of those shadowy figures in the water.
Okay. There's you hear like a kind of like a quaver in my voice as I start to talk, and I'm like, there's a lot of those creatures that we fought on our way in. They're surrounding the island. They seem to stay just out of the circle of the lighthouse.
That checks out.
I suggest we make sure this thing stays lit, fam.
What is this spam you speak anyway?
As soon
That
as
is now a crotchety old man.
As you guys walk up and you near the front of this lighthouse, you get just at the door. The first thing you notice is Oliver. As you're carrying this big box of coal, you're exerting yourself, you're getting heavy, but you start feeling your heartbeat stronger, faster, to the point that it almost doesn't feel like yours. And then you notice it's not your heart that's beating, but your gauntlets.
ooh,
That's cool.
And if you will look at D&D Beyond, a new power in your gauntlets has been awoken.
Oh shit, son.
Whoa!
That's exciting. What we got? Let's see. The heart of the clan. So this is everything under the dormant specification then?
Yeah, you have one new one at the very bottom.
Oh shit. Okay.
Your choice if you choose to read it.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on reading it specifically. We can cover it later mechanically, but in the moment, there's a they start to beat, and Oliver hears one of his ancestors say, "Danger is nearby," and then just like a waft away as they continue to thrum. There, something dangerous is close, very close. And as soon as he's inside the main door, he will set the crate down and like draw sword. And as he does so, the echo follows suit. Like
When
Oliver opens this door into...
I'm sorry, I meant within whatever this little like bar thing. Like he would
Oh,
set the
okay.
crate down out here, and then like move forward. I don't know that I was opening the door to the building proper yet.
That's my problem. I missed
No, it's all good. I just assumed this was like a doorway kind of thing, but I think it's just an entryway. It looks like.
Yeah, it's just an entryway to the gate.
Cool.
Larissa, come here.
I'll walk over.
Ben reaches out and just kind of puts a hand on your shoulder. We have come a long way. I'm really glad to be here with you. And you feel like an infusion of energy from your shoulder where his hand is as he casts Gift of Alacrity upon you.
Will you remind me what that does?
You add a D8 to your initiative.
Okay. Looks at you kind of weird, like, thank you. Where are we going? And then I'm gonna stop Oliver, and I'm like, do you mind if I go first?
Just be careful.
Mhm.
I don't know what is here, but it is.
The first thing I'm gonna try to do, Bill, as far as I can see, or that's the door. So I'm gonna try to just check that door for traps, just to make sure there's nothing there.
Okay.
Nothing. Mhm. That's,
That was my mistake for thinking Oliver's like, oh, I opened the door, and I was like, oh, okay.
So
It's all good.
investigation, perception, or investigation.
Investigation. If you're looking for traps, investigation.
That's a 20, dirty 20.
Okay. The door is not trapped.
Okay. I'm gonna creak.
The door is a door.
Yeah, I'm gonna creak open the door.
However, it is no longer a door; it is a jar.
Okay, then I'm gonna go.
Oh, come on, that's a great joke.
I'm gonna go just inside, and I'm gonna do two things.
Okay.
One.
Before you do that,
Mhm.
as soon as you open this door, this almost high-pitched trilling noise that is, you all hear it, but then you realize you're not hearing it with your ears, you're hearing it inside your minds. As this trilling noise gets louder and louder and louder, I need everyone to make a wisdom save.
Oof.
Before we do this, Bill, I didn't want to interrupt while anybody was doing, but I wanted to do an emboldening bond as an action before we started going into this house. Choose up to 3 willing creatures within 30 feet. So I would like to do Oliver, Larissa, and myself.
Nice.
Whenever we're within 30 feet of another, once per turn, you can roll a d4 and add it to an attack roll, an ability check, or saving throw.
Okay.
And there is a... I also have that effect of the protective bond. Whenever any of the 3 of us is about to take damage, if you are bonded, you can use your reaction to teleport to an unoccupied space within 5 feet of that person, and you can take all the damage instead.
Yeah, you've used this before. You used this during the Oni
Yeah.
fight.
But
Yeah, I
you're
just wanted to make sure that-
you're affecting more people now, right? Because it was I think it was just
No, just
It was always
just
3.
was it
it was
always
always
3?
three,
Three.
it was
Okay.
three.
It was always
It was
3.
3 before, but I specifically used it on us 3 just because of the number of effects that we have. Larissa can get advantage if she happens to go somewhere and take damage. She can be next to somebody and be in a spot. You've got
For sure.
obviously rage to take damage, and then I can heal. So
Right.
that's what I'm
just-
wanting to do with that.
Yeah, just to go over, so you guys are bonded, you have that ability. Remind them of that if it comes up. So, going into this house to go into what just happened because Gabe stepped away, you have, as soon as Larissa stepped in and you guys were exposed to the area within inside the house, this thrilling noise within your mind began to grow louder and louder and louder, almost like you were hearing a siren in your head that you thought was in your ears first. So everyone make a wisdom saving throw.
With the D4 bonus from emboldening bond, that is a 21 for Oliver.
Okay.
Without that, it's a dirty 20.
Okay.
I'm going to use my inspiration. And that
17
is
for Ben.
a 23.
I rolled a 2.
Okay. So, everyone that made below an 18.
I think it's just me.
Nope,
Nope.
I rolled a 17.
Oh, okay.
You and Ben take 10 points of psychic damage.
Ow.
Ben takes 5.
Because you have psychic resistance.
Yeah,
Nice.
racial feat. A racial ability.
As this omnipresent like aura seems to be hammering you guys down.
So yeah, you see Killian, his hands like go to his head, and he like probably drops down to a knee. And I'm like,
We need to roll for the familiars too.
Nah.
Okay.
Just because I'm not going to be that mean to take this away from you so quickly.
Mm-hmm. You see, like, Larissa
Plus
try
the
to,
birds flying around.
yeah. You see Larissa kind of like shake her head, like trying to clear it, like holding her hands, like looking back at Killian, trying to figure out what's going on.
Feels
And
like
then,
right now that screech deadens in your head, but it's still present, almost like you guys have tinnitus.
So, was it half on save or nothing on save?
Nothing on there.
Okay, just making sure.
yeah.
As soon as that happens, when the door opens, Oliver is going to actually like push Larissa to the side and run further in the echo.
The echo in?
Both of us.
Okay.
The echo
this
will
play-
precede Oliver in this situation. Actually, like runs past him up further. I can't see through the echo, but the echo runs ahead in case anything pops out.
This floor is it looks like the windows are broken. It is starting to, the storm is blowing rain into the windows. The fires are still lit, but they're barely managing to keep up. The place is wet, and there seems to be waterlogged pieces of a book, just pages everywhere.
I'm gonna follow Oliver in. I know they're like waterlogged. Is there anything salvageable in this room? Any parts of the book?
Give me an investigation check.
The echo's gonna go here, and Oliver's gonna go over and like close the windows.
The windows are broken.
Oh, they're broken.
Yeah.
so in that case, I'm gonna follow in after I've recovered from that psychic damage, and I'm gonna hold my hands up over the shattered glass, and then I go like this, and then all of the shattered glass starts to float in front of me, and they start to knit back together, and then I put it back into the window. I'm casting mending.
24 though.
24. Looking through, very similar to what Ben saw at the cottage, or what was remains of the cottage, you find a lot of it is just washed out. You see the remains of the ink are just washed into the carpet, washed into the wood itself. You really only can make out two pages. One looks to be being around Ben as long as you have, being around Killian as long as you have. It seems to be magical script.
Okay.
You have no earthly idea what it is, but another one that you see if you look into the handouts named LHH03, you find.
I'm gonna take the magical script and this one. Is Ben anywhere around me?
Yeah, I'm in the room.
Okay, I'm gonna hand him the magical script. You know, I can't read this. And then I'm gonna start reading this aloud. Figured out what happened. Curse Matthias and curse his whole island. I can't leave because of them. Things. The light can't go out. I need more coal. Need to make it last longer. Running out. Sent all men a request, but it has been over a week. The light has to stay lit. It must be fed. Storm's coming. I can't feel it. I can feel it in my bones. Got to use it to sneak out. Light can't go out. Can't risk someone feeling it too much in my absence. I got to make it fast.
So wait, what part of that was magical script? Like,
I don't
Separate
have it.
page.
Yeah, Ben has it.
If you read that out loud, and Killian seems like he has like the windows handled, Oliver will head back outside and grab the box of coal and bring it in.
Okay.
dividing his attention
Hart-
between what he's holding and what Larissa's saying, I think we should look upstairs.
Yeah, Hearth is already
I think we
making a
need to-
beeline towards the door.
I think we need to go make sure that light doesn't go out before anything else.
I agree. And so
Art.
Oliver will be carrying that with his echo in front of him.
Okay, so first thing, Hearth, as you pass by one of these doors, that you're almost taken aback, but luckily you had a high wisdom save. That omnipresent aura and feeling almost stops you in your tracks as that thrill in the back of your ear and the back of your mind gets louder.
Okay.
Okay, back to Ben.
Do I feel it? I just feel it in my mind. I'm not
Yeah.
like hearing it as a localized source.
Yeah, you're feeling the presence of whatever this aura is very prominent between these two rooms. Back to Ben real quick. Looking over this journal page that she handed you, Larissa, given her inexperience with magic, it's almost kind of cute that she thought it was magic. It's something a little bit more eerie.
Okay.
Through your studying in the Book of Eben, this is a formulaic ritual.
Can I devise what it is? Roughly.
Roll me a Yogg-Sothoth 3 check real quick.
Oof.
It's either 15 or 16. Get back to my character sheet. 16.
Noticing where you are and seeing this and starting to make sense, you look at it and you look up at the doorway just above the door and you see a very familiar sign etched above the doorway as you are now holding a formulaic ritual of elder sign.
Dope.
What'd it do?
This is a protection. We have to get the light up. We have to get it burning brighter. This storm outside is summoned. This screaming in our head, these creatures. If this light can't go out, then this light needs to burn brighter. And I look at Hearth.
Let's go.
And Oliver will continue along behind Hearth and get doors and whatnot, but packing the coal.
Back to Hearth. Between these two doors, you feel that presence of that aura stronger.
Just between these two doors.
Yes.
So you all are going to see Hearth just kind of look around in the space between these two doors.
I'm gonna walk up and say,
Perhaps check these doors, and I'm going to go through the lighthouse. I'm going to go to the door here.
okay, so when he says that, I'm gonna go to the right door first, and I'm gonna check it for any type of traps that might be on it.
Okay, roll me investigation.
That's a natural 20, so it's a 26.
What?
Door is not trapped.
Okay. Is there anybody around me? Like Oliver's around me? Or are you following Hearth?
I'm following Hearth.
We're all like right here, basically.
So I'm
Okay.
following Hearth out through the door, but my echo has stopped and is standing next to the door by you.
Okay, so I'm gonna open this door.
As you open this door, you see the remains of a bedroom. The bed is askewed and just everywhere. You see a mirror up on the wall, and you see a trunk. And just, it looks like someone packed in a haste. And underneath the bed, separate from the blanket, you see something bound and wrapped up. Almost of a body.
I'm gonna get on my knee and look closer to see if I can figure out what it is without pulling it.
It's human-sized
Okay.
and wrapped up in this material. Burlap.
I'm gonna look back and say there's something. I think it's a body. It's wrapped in burlap.
Let's come back to it. Let's get this light burning brighter.
Yeah. Hearth is gonna the whole
As this-
time continued up the stairs.
As
That
this,
seems shaken.
as
Uh-huh.
this door opened, Larissa, that presence of that aura got stronger. Almost when you open up a door that had heat bellowing in it, and the heat just smacks you in the face. The aura of this trilling noise got stronger, and you guys feel it in your heads, especially those that took damage. Is whatever's in this room.
You see my hand go to my head and like clutching at it, and then I'm like, Ben, maybe I think this is where that psychic effect is coming from. Maybe you should take a look.
While
I
Ben,
think they can handle the fire.
yeah, if Ben's gonna go take a look while he's taking a look, I'm gonna search the whole room. I'm looking for like secret doors, any type of if things are still around. I'm looking for like any type of amulets, any type of papers, anything that'll tell me anything about what's going on with that noise.
Investigation check. It's not really a noise, but more of a present, of a feeling. I'm just defining it as that thrilling feeling in the back of your mind.
I'm gonna use. Can I use that D4 on this? Yes.
Yeah.
Was it
I
ability
think so.
checks, or was it just attack
Yeah.
rolls and saving throws?
It's so on the bond is what we're asking.
Yeah.
It is attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
Okay, so it is
Okay.
ability
Yeah.
checks as well. Nice.
Basically, like
With-
I think it's like a bless.
With the D4, it's a 14.
Nothing sticks out, but as you're looking around, you just keep drawing back to whatever it is underneath that bed.
Ben, are you in the room with me?
Gabe, if you're talking, you're muted.
Sorry, the dog started barking. I look visibly torn. And then I'll step into the room with Larissa. And
So-
at my side.
Ben, with your connection to the psychic ability that you have, it's like physically stepping into a tower of a church as the bells are ringing.
Can I determine a source, or is it sourceless?
It is very strong in this room.
I'm gonna. Go ahead.
Just look around and see if anything stands out other than the body.
Looking around, this object that's wrapped up the size of a human body is the only real object. You can't really tell what it is because it's wrapped up in burlap.
I'm going to use my telekinetic ability to shove the creature or the object,
much-
but pull it
what's-
5 feet closer.
What's the maximum weight?
There is no maximum weight. Features and traits. You can try to telekinetically shove one creature you see within 30 feet of you. When you do so, target must succeed a strength saving throw or be moved 5 feet towards or away from me. It can willingly save. So if it's not a creature, then I don't totally GM call if that will work or not. Otherwise, my mage hand has a weight limit to it. But that is what I'm attempting, to just use my telekinesis to move it out from under the bed.
Try very hard, but you can't move it.
Okay. Kind of.
Okay, so I'm gonna get back on my knee and I'm gonna take the edge of it and see if I can pull it closer to me.
Give me a strength check.
Yeah, I will assist her at this point.
Okay. So
Meanwhile-
I'm just gonna say, combined, both of you together, you pull at the edge of the burlap and you pull this thing out from under the bed, and you start noticing a grinding noise as this thing is drug out of from under the bed against the wood. It's heavy, and as you do it, part of the burlap pulls away, and you notice a glowing blue from underneath the burlap as it chips away, and it is a crystal the size of a person.
Fuck.
Is that the same crystal that's on the dagger I found?
No, it's a different type, but this one is a glowing, translucent, whitish crystal that it's covered in barnacles, and it's huge.
That's the one the lighthouse keeper found.
Yeah, that's my thought.
Okay.
So just real quick, while that has all been going on, Hearth, how far have you made it, do you think? Like heading up?
That's
Were
Bill's call.
were you absolutely continuing up to the lighthouse?
I assume they were, yeah.
I was following Hearth and leaving my echo back. Main reason I'm asking is that my echo has to be within 30 feet of me. So at some point, the echo would like start shifting a little further away.
He'll end up at the base of the stairs because this is a lighthouse. It is tall, but for thematic and VTT purposes, I'm gonna say it stretches as far because then we can use you to see the echo as
Sure.
I move you and Oliver and her to another map.
Sweet.
So that'll just make it easier because you can just switch it forth. Oliver Rumbadar, come on down. And her. Before you, at the top of this lighthouse, burns an ever-present large brazier of flame as it shoots light, as you can see, from all these open windows. It almost seems like the wind and the rain from the storm doesn't even affect this light.
Is there any other signs of like if coal and whatnot is stored nearby and stuff is thrown on a little at a time, or does it look like I should just throw this massive thing of coal onto it and let it do its thing?
It does look like over here there's near where you come up there is a receptacle for coal. It is empty.
Okay. I will take the box over and how low is the fire currently?
But the one thing that you notice, the coal that normally is dumped underneath this fire, the brazier is empty. The fire is actually floating about a foot above the coal by itself.
Okay. In that case, if it's empty under the fire and it's very clear, like that's where coal goes, Oliver would go straight to it, not the receptacle, and just crack open the crate and just start shoveling coal underneath it.
Hearth will assist.
As you get closer, as both of you start like lifting this to shovel the coal in, a voice pierces your mind, this deep thrumming voice seemingly coming from the fire itself. 3, 2, 4, feed me.
Oliver will stop and look back at Hearth. I know we want this lit, right? You mentioned the
Not so sure.
creature in flame?
Feed it all to me.
I want it all.
Julian breaks into song.
Oliver is sitting there with like huge like mitts full of coal ready to throw this end and just is like deferring back to Hearth for a moment. Is this the right choice, or what do we do? This seems odd.
Let us keep the fire lit, but let us not give it what it wants.
Keep it wanting more.
I want it all. No.
And Oliver will put like a good amount underneath, but not like the whole crate by any means. Like plenty enough to keep it going. But then he'll move the crate back over to the receptacle.
Say that a part of the fire breaks off and appears next to you, and another on the other side. Roll for
Like
initiative.
Like an evil calcifer.
Oh man.
You'd like those of us downstairs to roll as well?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and just add everybody to initiative order. Even though you're not on the same map, this is going to be tough.
That's okay.
Much less
Hey,
good
that was
this time
really
than
good.
last time.
Oh wait, yeah.
Larissa, you can add a D8 to your initiative from the gift of alacrity I gave you.
Question, Bill, real fast before we drop into initiative here. The effect from the gauntlets, has that changed at all as I've gone through the house? Has there been any pulsing of like closer or further or anything? I don't. Is it just like it's somewhere within this range?
It is. As soon as you stepped into this lighthouse, your gauntlet's the heartbeat has just been bump, 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 bump.
Okay.
There's something here your gauntlets don't like.
Right, but I can't
So-
tell if it's this or something else specifically. Just something nearby.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So just going down the line here, Oliver.
That is
what is
big old 10.
all things in balance? Killian,
16.
Ben.
24.
Ooh.
Jeez, Ben. And Larissa.
24.
Dang.
girl.
There you go.
Was that with the D8?
That's what the D8 is.
Cool. Cool.
That is for me 13.
13. You're not the last one this time.
Hey,
I will say that. So, as we go at the very top of this round, we cut back to Ben on the other map. Ben, what are you doing?
So in the 6 seconds I have in a round, I am going to study the crystal with
Okay.
my action.
All right, the crystal.
Crystal.
The crystal is. I'll just go ahead and say it. The crystal's not magic, but there is a very, very strong sense of a omnipresent aura, almost the presence of something unnatural coming from this crystal itself.
So with that studying, I was hoping to lean into the Yogg-Sothory side of things. Ben's theory, or Arcana, either way. Ben's theory is that this is a focus of some kind.
Okay.
Like a focus of a presence, or like a lodestone on a plane, something like that.
Roll, yeah, go ahead and roll a Yogg-Sothory check.
That was awful. 9.
9. Okay. Crystal is a nucleus. God, I hate pronouncing that word.
Nucleus.
Nucleus of some type, harnessing the centering of some type of power.
Noted. That's my turn.
Do you express that at all?
In the span of going, since we're in initiative, I would only have like 3 words. Just out loud. It is a focus. And that's my turn.
Oh wait, did I even start combat? Oh, Bill, you suck. Horrible DM. Horrible DM.
This game is literally unplayable, Bill. Jesus.
Gosh, it's
Oh.
awful.
So
That's it for me.
bad.
Marissa, it's your turn.
I'm going to move 5, 10, 15 feet, and then I'm just I'm gonna open the door.
Which one?
Right,
This
row.
one, yeah, this one across the way.
We're unaware that there is an
Yeah.
issue
Yeah.
upstairs.
I know. I'm
You're
just
role
waiting for it.
playing.
I love it.
Yeah.
You find a very foul-smelling kitchen. Whatever soup he was cooking is long ago burned. The
Oh.
fire is dying down. You find rotten fish laying on top of a table. It's just
How pleasant.
Oh, how not great. Nothing else in the room.
no.
I'm gonna use my bonus action, which I don't use very often. I'm gonna use Eye for Detail, where I can make a bonus action to make a perception check to spot a hidden creature or object.
I can't remember. Does that detect invisible?
It just says hidden, so that's a 15.
She wouldn't. I don't think she would see invisibility, but she might see like evidence of
Footprints
Like-
or
yeah
something
footprints
like
or
Right,
like
right.
scuffed. Yeah.
You don't see anything.
Okay,
All right. So
my
that's your turn. All right. So back upstairs to the top of the lighthouse. Maps. Okay, back upstairs to the top of the lighthouse. We will go ahead and change this music. Something more appropriate. So, these motes of fire are coming out and moving toward Perth and Oliver. So, this fire mote comes up to you, Hearth, and does a 20 hit you?
20 just hits, yes.
Okay. So, you are going to take 10 points of fire damage.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta read this real quick. Make a wisdom saving throw.
That's a 10.
10. All right.
With the D4?
Oh, shit. 13.
What is your primary casting ability?
Wisdom.
You reduce your wisdom by 2 as this fire burns away
no.
part of your psychic energy,
Oh,
feeding itself.
Well. Lovely.
Do what the fire wants.
Oliver. As this, oh, that's not gonna. I know that's not gonna hit you. I highly doubt that's gonna hit. Does an 11 hit you?
No.
Okay. As this moat goes to attack you, it misses. But you feel the heat as you watch as Hearth is damaged by this other moat that has come out of the fire. All right, Killian's turn.
Wait, Oliver hasn't taken his turn yet.
It's not my
No.
turn.
Oh.
That was just the moats. I'm super low on initiative.
Okay. So Ben just said something about this being a focus, and I shrug and I take out one of my shatter grenades, and I'm like, if it's a focus, let's blow it up. And then I'm gonna hold my action for when Ben steps out of the room, but basically I want to roll the shatter grenade in there and then shut the door.
All right.
That's my turn.
Why does that keep doing that? So weird. Okay. Hearth, it's your turn.
Okay. Does the fire, the giant flame itself, seem like a creature to me?
Roll intelligence, or no, roll a wisdom check.
Insight, maybe?
Insight.
That's 16.
16. Where it was very present, very animated, it almost seems like a very normal fire now. You don't know. It's very confusing.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm gonna do something interesting. I'm gonna cast Odaluke's Resilient Sphere on the flame.
On the flame. Ooh.
I like
Actually,
it.
no, I'm not. I changed my mind because I've got something else that I need. I can't just burn it. I've only got one more slot. I am going to cast.
Can't wait till after this battle because I want to give you guys this monster stats just to read it. 'Cause I think it's amazing.
I want to cast Spirit Guardians.
Okay. I'll let you
Yeah.
pop up. I'll let you pop up the aura.
Yeah, once again, the animated spirits begin to twirl around 15 feet, hovering through the area, and that will be my turn. Oh, I am going to say 3 words. I'm actually going to shout them. I'm going to look at Oliver and I'm going to just shout. It is corrupted. And that is my turn.
3 downstairs, roll me perceptions to see if you hear it above the storm.
Actually, pretty good.
Yeah, that's really good. That's
I got a
18.
7.
I got a 27.
Killian is too focused on I'm going to blow something up.
I'm so pumped.
He's so pumped and so
Come on,
jazzed.
get out of here.
It's like, come on. Like, this is going to be great. I'm like, awesome. And Larissa and Ben, you hear someone's voice rise above a temper you've never heard him rise above. As Hearth shouts, "It's corrupted."
Okay.
Okay.
Alright. So, spiritual guardians, the moats don't really have that, so they would probably automatically fail. What type of damage does it do?
It's gonna do it on their next turn. It's not gonna do it right now.
But what type of
will
damage
do
is it? Okay.
Radiant, so it's not flame.
All right. So, Oliver.
Oliver's not entirely sure what to do with that information right now, so he's just gonna take swings at the moats. He's gonna start there, and we'll go from there before he tries to do anything more drastic. So he will make an attack on the one next to him initially. No, just regular attacks. That's really good. That's a 28 to hit.
Okay. Your sword cleaved through this moat, and it split in two, but just reforms itself.
So even being a magical sword does not seem like it has done anything to it.
Does not. Almost like it was immune to the type of damage that came off that sword.
Cool. It's not good. It's not good, fam. It's bad news. God, so for the sake of moving things along in his own like indecision, Oliver will continue to like take a couple swipes with his attack action here at the thing, and will end his turn. He will enter a rage, but it won't have done anything, I don't guess. And he will end the turn turning to Hearth. Do we destroy it? And that'll be the end of my turn.
Just as a point of question for Bill, if Larissa is within 30 feet of me, I think maybe not. I don't know what you're envisioning of the space, but Larissa would be able to sense that I had taken damage because of the protective bond, because there's the option to take that damage.
Being that it's a lighthouse, I was stretching it with Oliver being able to have his echo at the base of the stairs.
It's
because
cool.
it's a freaking lighthouse.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, we're pretty high
That's
up.
absolutely perfect. It's an absolutely perfect call. I just, if we happen to be, that was something I wanted to make sure that Larissa would understand.
Okay.
So question for you, Bill. So I know it didn't take any damage, but would it have counted as me having hit the moat?
Yeah.
Okay. Then that moat has disadvantage to attack anything but me.
Okay.
Due to
So
the
you-
effects of my rage.
You did, yeah. But to answer your question, yes, you did hit it. It's immune to that type of damage.
Okay. Alright, that's it for me then.
Hey. Looks like it's up to me. Um,
Yeah. It has
I am
been-
patiently, not very patiently, waiting on you to get out of the room so I can blow this shit up.
okay. Tannen, I am just sending bolting out of the space into the kitchen where Larissa is, and then Tannen is going to take the dodge action. And Ben, looking at Killian and frankly agreeing with his course of action,
Yeah.
Ben is taking a step out, triggering Killian.
So this is the shatter spell. Since it is an inanimate object, and it's hang on, let me read the spell. I always forget what this
Oh,
says.
it's-
So it says a creature made of inorganic materials such as stone, crystal, or metal has disadvantage on the saving throw. So if it's making a saving throw, it is disadvantage. Otherwise, it's just dealing 3d8 thunder damage to this thing.
Okay.
I'm rolling it in and shutting the door. Wow, I rolled trash for damage though. It's 7 on a 3d8.
Oh my god. That's
You
rough.
hear the shatter grenade go off, and the echoing warble from the shatter grenade. Do you open the door back up?
Yeah.
Okay. As you open the door back up, the burlap is in tattered pieces. The bed's up on its side. The room is trashed, and in the center lies this completely uncovered, barnacle-encrusted, glowing crystal, untouched.
Shit.
Okay. So for the rest of my turn, you hear in your head, I almost imagine it being entirely too loud because of the psychic damage you took, and it's almost like I'm screaming at you, thinking you're deaf. You hear in your head, "Help the others," and Ben turns back to this crystal, and looking around the room for a metal object of some kind, then turning my head and seeing the kitchen, reaches back and finds the heaviest kitchen implement made of steel that he can, and catapults it at this crystal, and it almost hits Killian. It just goes rocketing past. As I upcast catapult at 4th level for 6d8. If this thing makes a saving throw, it is a dexterity saving throw. 2, 3, 4.
Bill didn't hear you on
So I'm just making noises.
That's a really good first 4d8. 16, 20, 27. That's, and then 2 more. 20, 35 total points of damage, of bludgeoning damage to this thing, as I catapult the hell out of this cast iron pot into it.
So, Larissa, you see as you're looking around the kitchen, this Dutch oven that's setting up on top of a storage shelf start to vibrate. The lid as it just boom flies out of the kitchen through the hallway past Killian, almost smacking him, and bong into this crystal with this sickening bing noise as it flips off and starts clattering around the room with no damage to the crystal.
Shit.
And a large crack in the cast iron Dutch oven.
Okay, good to know.
Dang.
Then as my bonus actions, I don't have a ton of options here. I don't know what to do. That's my turn. That's all I got.
So, quick question. Ben did bludgeoning damage. What did Killian do? Bludgeoning?
Shatter is thunder damage.
Okay. So, I'm gonna go back in here next to the crystal. And then I am going to... I'm gonna take my Summer's Dance, and I'm gonna try to stab it.
Okay. It does not move, so it's gonna hit. It's gonna auto crit too.
Okay, so that's a 9. And then... So it's gonna crit?
Yeah,
So-
I mean it's an immovable object, so it's gonna auto crit.
Okay, so... 9? 9 points damage?
You hit it with your magical rapier, and beep, the rapier bounces right off of the crystal.
Oh no, I only got a little bit of time. I don't know.
I did not come prepared for this.
I did not come prepared for this.
Shatter didn't work, so I don't know what to do. That always works. when in doubt, shatter.
Where's 30 feet from me?
30. You got a measuring ruler on your astral.
Okay. That never works. Okay, I'm gonna... Being that I don't have any type of idea what to do with this crystal, and hearing, like, Hearth yell, I'm gonna come out and go that way. According to the ruler, it's here. And then I'm gonna... That's my turn.
Just to give you guys a hand, and this is purely mercy of the GM coming down. Ben, since you are the only one that's proficient in Yogg-Sothory, give me a Yogg-Sothory, straight Yogg-Sothory check. No advantage, no disadvantage, no nothing.
1.
Alright, you guys are doing the right thing. In your mind. I tried to help you, but...
I think
figure it
there are
out.
2 things that need to happen here.
Alright, whose turn are we on?
Larissa's... Oh, it's turn. So, these 2 motes coming in, the one next to Hearth, goes to attack again.
They both need to take damage for Spirit Guardians.
They are immune to Radiant. They are immune to Radiant damage.
Okay.
That is a... Bill's bad at math. That's what that is. Bill's bad at math. 21 to hit.
Oliver will use his reaction to interpose himself for the damage, so that
Okay.
Hearth does not take the hit using the effect of the bond.
Okay.
Well, I must
Do
say...
you actually change positions?
I move within 5 feet, so I view it as like I pop to the other side of him.
No, you're just within 5 feet. Yeah.
Yeah,
How far away do I have to be to
and the
move?
attack hits me instead, right? Is that how that works,
Yes.
Brandon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
To
and you
answer
take
your-
action.
To answer your question, Cordres, you have to be within 30 feet. So, Oliver, taking the hit for Hearth, you take 10 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And so yes, you take 10 points of fire damage and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. 12.
Well, since you do not have a primary casting ability, your charisma drops 4 points.
4?
Or...
Yes.
So actually I do, because of Furbolg magic. Wisdom is my... So the spells that I have, Wisdom is my spellcasting ability.
This burns away your psychic energy. It targets your primary casting ability. So if you don't have a primary casting ability, it targets your charisma. If you do, it targets your primary casting ability. So it will hit your wisdom.
Okay.
Your wisdom will go down by 4.
Okay.
By 4 or 2?
Do what? 4.
By 4 or 2?
What do you mean?
I thought it only did. I thought it only did 2
it did,
for me.
It did 2 to you. That didn't mean it did 2 to me.
Because
Yeah, it's a roll.
It's a
Reduces
D4.
it by 1d4.
Ugly.
Yeah.
As the creature, which you haven't done any damage to it, the creature heals itself from draining off of you
Cool.
this way.
Oh, that's so fun.
Hold on. There's one thing I... Okay. And you are ignited. You are on fire now.
Sweet. This is more things. Great. Let's just keep doing
no,
it. It's awesome.
Just so you're aware, Oliver is burning. You're on fire. So,
Lovely.
this one moves in to go after Hearth.
It has disadvantage on the attack because it
Yep,
is
noted.
currently harried by my spirits.
Noted. So that's a 6. So that's a 15. It does not hit. Okay. All right, and that is its turn. Killian.
Okay, so Ben had shouted at me to go help the others, but I still have no idea what's going on upstairs. I failed my perception check, so I'm still focused on this crystal thing here. I want to like rack my brain and see if there's anything in my arcane studies that I've read about that like can't be damaged like this. Some kind of magical item. I would like to make an Arcana check if I can.
Okay.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay, cool.
you can.
It's a 15.
15. Magically, you have no earthly idea what this thing is. Intellectually, with a 15, this thing's from the ocean. Obviously, with the barnacles on it and everything like that. The creatures that are trying to get to the lighthouse that seem to be held back by this light are oceanic creatures. Take that as it will.
So does that count as my action, or can I take an action?
I'll let you have your action. We'll say that took your bonus action.
Okay, cool. So I'm looking at it. I'm like, nothing's working. These creatures that come from the ocean. Let's hit it with some lightning. And I take my pistol and I like gesture for Ben to step back, and I'm gonna witch bolt it.
Mom
Okay.
arms me.
Yeah, definitely mom arm. And I'm casting it with one of my pack slots. This is a 2nd level witch bolt, so I don't have to roll to hit.
Nope.
Does it crit?
Yeah, we'll just go ahead and say there's a crit.
Okay, so this is 4d12. Oh my god, my damage roll. Okay, that's not too bad. 28 lightning damage.
Nothing happens to the crystal.
Son of a bitch!
Yeah. I think I know.
It was like, if it damaged me. I could've-
Player me has ideas, but not down there.
Killian me
So
doesn't.
I just jetted, so.
Don't split the party.
Oh, come on now.
Alright, that's my turn.
All right, Hearth.
Sorry, I used my bonus action. Never mind. Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Oh, there's literally nothing to be done. I am going to. So these things are. It's just 2 motes still. What's the situation with the big fire? You're saying it's just now like a.
Big
It just
fire's
seems like a normal
burning.
fire.
As animated as it was before, it is now looking like a normal fire. As in, there was a presence that was there within the fire, and now it seems to have escaped.
I'm tapped of ideas. I'm gonna banish one of the motes.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
So it needs to make a charisma saving throw of 15.
It automatically fell because it doesn't have a charisma.
Hey.
It doesn't. The thing is, it's technically not a creature. The motes. So
Okay.
can you banish it?
Probably
Can
not
I?
then.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm gonna say it's because you can't banish an object. It's basically flame that's just controlled by something.
okay.
So I'm not even gonna.
Alright.
You know what? I'm gonna roll it. It's up to you. I'm not even gonna let you waste the spell slot. I don't want you to waste the
Okay.
spell slot.
I appreciate that at least. Yeah. I'm operating on the fact that these are creatures that are doing something to us and they're
Yeah.
targetable. So, okay. Yeah. What's the situation? Are the windows open?
Yes.
How far? Actually, okay. I'm going to move. They'll get an opportunity attack, I guess, if I leave the space. Yeah, I guess I'll just. Well, no, I'm gonna spiritual weapon. Do that. At least maybe we have something. And I'm going to attack the one that's near me, or I guess the one that last attacked me. With. That's a 17 on the die. Plus
Gonna hit.
8. Or plus 7? Yeah, okay, so that's gonna be 8 points of force damage.
It's immune to force damage.
Cool. Yeah.
So, out of curiosity, do you say anything back to Oliver from his question on his turn?
Oh, what did you ask? Do we destroy
do we
it?
destroy it?
Can we? Is what Hearth says, question mark. And yeah, just looks at you and
Where
is gonna. What's that?
where are we in the initiative order? Like, are we kind of roughly halfway, or are we near the bottom?
Ben and we are near the end.
Okay.
Hearth and Oliver at the last.
Okay. Apologize.
Don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna go with. An instinct here. There's not like everything. Nothing is working. I guess I'll just stay here till until our friends get here, possibly.
Okay.
I'm done.
Oliver, your turn.
All right. So, Oliver is going to, since this did work in some fashion, is going to take a swing at one of the motes of fire, just as an attack. That's 19 to hit. He's not expecting it to actually take any damage, but the spirits harry it and that sort of thing. He is going to utilize another one of the uses of his echo to leverage this. Since we decided it was within 30 feet, he will look to Hearth and say, "Run if you must," and then he goes back to a defensive stance and then like blurs, and that shadowy echo is in his place, and he is down at the base of the stairs where the echo was, as he teleports to the space of his echo instead. And he will end his turn yelling to everyone, "The fighter is alive!" And that's it.
Okay. All right. So, top of the round, Ben, you see Oliver kind of his echo at the base of the stairs, which I just realized lighthouses are 235 feet. So we're just going to say, since it's on top of Guardian Rock, which is above sea level, they built a smaller lighthouse. That's So we'll just, we'll rule that, because the DMs don't know everything. Then you hear
Don't tell them that.
You hear you see Oliver's echo get a more permanent form.
Yeah.
As he appears, and he yells, "The fire's alive."
Okay. The ring that Ben wears around his finger.
By the way, are you still on fire?
Yep.
Okay, so you will take 10 points of fire damage as he's flaming as well.
Oh.
Yep.
So the fire is definitely alive. It's Oliver.
It
He's
is.
alive.
Very alive.
So the almost drifting through his hand is this spiral of runes emanating from the ring that Ben wears, and around Ben you see a myriad, almost like a massive tangled spider web appear of different points of possibility and potentiality as Ben uses an action to or a bonus action rather, to use a charge off the Ring of Iban, specifically leaning into Iban's prophecies and predictions, and I will use that to until the start of my next turn. Ability checks at advantage is one of its things, and I'm going to thinking about the stone can't be touched. The stone came from the ocean. Ben thinks the stone needs to go back into the ocean, and he also thinks that the fire needs to be fed.
I never said the stone couldn't be touched.
Nor
it can't be damaged.
It can't be damaged. So, like, these are the things running through Ben's head as he's going to use his action to attempt that Yogg-Sothory again. This time at advantage. Again, leaning into, like, predicting futures.
What's giving you advantage? The ring?
The ring.
Okay.
The ring.
Roll for it.
I'm channeling my future sight is the specific text of the ring.
Okay.
Anything, y'all. Considering I rolled a 1 last time. Natural fucking 20.
Fuck yeah.
Leaning into
There's a
your
20 and a 5.
in a very, very Doctor Strange like moment, you guys that are near Ben sees him split off into several different personalities several times. And Ben, you get several different visions. You get a vision of Oliver and Hearth dumping all the coal into the fire and the entire top of the lighthouse exploding. You see Oliver and Hearth being drained by the small fiery moat as this large flaming face, almost imperceptible and invisible, stands off in the distance, smiling and cackling as both the moats destroy Hearth and Oliver, and they become 2 more versions of the big flaming face. You see the crystal being dragged back into the ocean by innumerable numbers of those amphibian-like creatures as they're satiated and happy that an item has been returned to them. And then instantly, you're back into your own timeline.
Okay, specific question on one of those visions. The vision of the creature of flame. Did that give me... Ben's working theory is that the lighthouse is like a prison for this creature.
Through your experiences within the Dreamlands, there were talk among the people of the Dreamlands that live within the mythos all their lives. There was talk of a legendary creature known as a fire vampire.
Okay. So one dot I'm not connecting here with what you're telling me is this, like, is that creature trapped here and feeding the fire, like, satiates it but creates the lighthouse, or do I feel like the crystal is the thing that has created this problem?
Roll an insight check.
17 plus 4, so 21.
You feel the crystal is not related to the fire. The crystal happened to be found by the lighthouse keeper. And the creatures that covet the crystal and want it back are held back by the creature in the lighthouse. You feel like you are now a pawn in a game of opposing forces. One trapped here keeping the creatures at bay, and one force sitting in front of you that the creatures covet and want back, that was drugged here by the lighthouse keeper, unbeknownst to him.
Okay, that's an action and bonus action. That's my turn.
Okay. Larissa.
Ben looks
You have a-
racked with indecision.
You have a flaming Oliver at the base of the stairs yelling at you that the fire is alive.
Shoot. I'm gonna take my cloak off and I'm gonna try to put him out. Like,
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm like,
Okay, so you run over and you spend your action putting Oliver out, and she does. You are extinguished.
just. And then I'm gonna.
You are no longer on fire.
I'm gonna go up here, I guess. Okay. So there's 30. And then I'm gonna take my bonus action to go from here to the top of the lighthouse. Where Hearth is.
Okay, how much are you moving? How much was the movement to
60
Hearth?
feet.
So, okay. So you're finishing your movement at the
And then-
top of the lighthouse.
And then I'm doing 30, and then I'm taking my bonus dash, and I'm going the rest of the way.
So Larissa appears at the top of this stairs, as far as you can get, and you see echoey version of Oliver battling with this flaming moat, and Hearth, who looks not as wise as he used to be, standing there fighting another fiery moat.
Okay. So, switching weapons isn't an action, right?
No.
So I know that the dagger's cold because I felt it through the cloth. So I'm gonna pull that out, and that's gonna end my turn.
Okay. You can draw a weapon as part of an attack, but you don't have any attacks left.
No.
Okay. So, to the creature's turn, it will the one moat. Which one did you hit?
The one that's right next to me here.
Okay, so he's gonna get a disadvantage to hit your echo. He's gonna miss. That's nope. 17.
17 will hit. Echo fades.
All right, Echo fade. Echo that. So I'm gonna make him.
Just leave it there for a second.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, here. I'll shift him out here.
There we go. All right. And so this one will aim at Hearth. Oh, a natural 1 is not gonna hit you. So
No.
Okay.
next round, Killian.
So I still don't have any information about this.
I mean, I'd spend my action and bonus action doing stuff.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just like I'm just trying to figure out.
You get 3 words for free.
Forget the crystal.
Okay, then I'll spend my turn moving as far as I can up the stairs. It's bonus or that'll be
How much can you move
movement
them
and
around?
dash, 60 feet.
60 feet. How far away are you from the base of the stairs?
I'm here, where like across from Ben.
Okay, so I'm gonna say you don't get completely. Killian starts with a K, right?
Let's see.
Duh. You are rounding the wall. You see Larissa up ahead of you, pulling out a dagger.
Okay,
And that
I'll say I'll use my bonus action to give her bardic inspiration, and I'm like, y'all need some help up here? Do you have a D6 inspiration?
Alright.
That's my turn.
Next round. Hearth, it's your turn.
So, Oliver, are you no longer up here with me?
Not visibly so. No, his echo has faded. You would
do see
still
Larissa.
feel him within range of the bond. From where you are at currently, based off of the range that we've talked about, top to bottom.
Okay.
But he is not physically there with you.
Got it.
Took a second, but I think I have an idea finally.
Text should be like, "You okay, buddy?" you looked at deep and thought,
Yeah. And Ben needed 6 seconds. When it's his turn, I got an idea.
I haven't had a monster that really floored you in a long time. I'm kind of proud at this moment.
Yeah, if Oliver is gone and Larissa's just now getting here, I'm gonna head down the stairs.
Okay.
And I'm going to say to Larissa,
They're both get attacks of opportunity. Well, one of them will. Nah, it's not gonna hit you.
yeah, one of them. It seems invulnerable, is what I'm going to say to Larissa as I head down the stairs. And I'm going to move my Everlight kind of like 20 feet down to follow me. And I think I go ahead and I'll do a first level cure wounds on myself. For 9 points of healing, and we are good.
There, I put grid snap on and grid just to make things easier. Okay.
All right, so 40 feet of movement from the base of the stairs. Oliver is going to head back upstairs.
Okay. So
you tell me where I make it, and I'll put my token back there.
We've already said it's going to be a 30-foot lighthouse because it's on top of a rock. You
Yeah.
know, that's the DMs drew up. So you will appear right in front of Larissa. Why is that?
I was trying to. It's not. There it goes. It wasn't letting me bring my token back inside. Okay, so I'm right there next to Larissa then.
Yeah. You're actually in front of her if you're moving your full 40 because she moved. Yeah, you're right there.
Okay, well then in that case, I'll move back to like right here to be between her and the moat. And I will use my action to cast Detect Magic and see if there is anything else up here that I can see that has been hidden otherwise within 30 feet of me.
Okay. Not. I'm going to do a DM rolling. You don't detect anything.
Okay.
Because you can't use detect magic to detect invisible creatures.
That's
It does say around any visible creature, yeah.
Do what?
No, I was just confirming. It does say in Detect Magic that it has to be a visible creature.
But there's nothing that came. There's nothing that came off of the. Nothing off of the moats, and nothing off of the fire, like the central fire. Nothing off the lighthouse.
No.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. Ben will move 30 feet and then dash 30 feet to get to the top of the lighthouse.
Oh, I apologize. I will bonus action to second wind to heal myself. But go ahead.
All right. Zooming in so I can see what I'm looking at here. Parsing my vision that I saw versus potential realities, where in the room was the fire vampire in my vision?
Vision around here.
Okay. Out loud, it's invisible, and I will use my telekinetic shove on a lark, hoping that I hit it to yank it towards me.
Okay.
And
Well, is it a telekinetic shove? Is it a ranged attack?
no, it's a saving throw from him.
Okay.
It is a.
Does it have to be a visible creature?
Fuck. Yeah, doesn't work. It's invisible, and I point over there. That's my turn. I point over there, and then I cast, as a bonus action, cast Mists of Relay, and my form disappears in a cloud of ash, and I go invisible as well. That's my turn.
Larissa, you hear Ben say it's invisible.
And did we determine my eye for detail can't? Because it says hidden.
Yeah, it
Not
says hidden,
invisible.
not necessarily invisible creatures.
Ben, did you say it was like over here?
Yeah, I pointed. I very clearly made a big deal out of it before I went invisible.
Okay, so.
So I will ask the party. It's Larissa's turn. We are now at 11:56.
12:56.
12:56.
For those of us in
11:56 my
Louisville.
time. Oh.
Yeah.
Do we want to finish this, or do we want to pick it up in 2 weeks?
Oh, I'm running big mad energy right now. I'm finished.
Yeah.
I'd like to finish it. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that good for everybody else?
Yeah, we keep rolling.
I'm
Alright.
good for right now. So I'm gonna move 30 feet to around the area that he said, so I'm assuming like right here.
Okay.
And on a wild off.
How are you running?
What do you mean how many?
What direction? You have two enemies right here. Either way you go, you're going within 5 feet of an enemy. So it's either, are you going right between them, or are you going to the side?
I'm going to the side.
Okay. And where are you, so you're skirting around the curve of the lighthouse,
5,
right?
10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah.
Okay, so this moat to the far right will receive an attack of opportunity. Does an 11 hit you?
No.
Okay.
So that's 15, 20, 25, 30. I want to go right here.
Are you moving yourself? Okay.
Yes. And I'm going to swipe. I'm going to swipe right in front of me with that dagger of the depths.
Okay. Roll with disadvantage.
Okay. I'm gonna use my lucky on that last one. Yes! 24 is my disadvantage.
You miss.
Okay. It's okay. Okay. That's my turn.
Alright, so this moat moves in to engage with Larissa. This moat moves to engage on top of Oliver. So one of those dick moments. Does a 26 hit you, Larissa?
Of course.
The moment that moat goes to connect with her, I'm using my reaction to interpose myself. I had not used my reaction since my last turn. So Oliver bamps over to within 5 feet of Larissa and will take the hit instead.
You take 7 points of fire damage, and you are now aflamed again.
Yep.
Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
God bless, my rolls on this have been so bad. 8.
You reduce your wisdom because we
Oh,
determined
it's
your
even worse
wisdom
than
was
that. My wisdom went down, so 6.
6. So we determined your wisdom was your primary, right?
Yep.
Okay, it goes down again by 2.
Okay.
Was that with the D4?
Yep. Oops.
And this one, no longer having Oliver to target, he can't do it. Okay, he can't move it anymore. So he can move it only once. So it kind of just floats there looking like a goof. Killian.
Yes. Ping me the general area that Ben was pointing again.
Ping, 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 ping,
Okay.
ping, 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 ping,
Okay,
ping.
okay. So I go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Can I see over here now?
You can.
I'm going to bonus action Misty Step here.
Okay.
I'm going to take a charge of gunpowder out of my pack and rip it in my hand so I have a handful of gunpowder, and then I'm going to cast Prestidigitation on the 10-foot area in front of me. With the intention of spreading the gunpowder in this area.
A 10-foot area.
Well,
Right.
the Prestidigitation has a range of 10 feet, so I don't know. This is a weird use of the spell, so it's kind of up to you, but I basically want to throw it up in front of me and then waft it forward to catch whatever figure might be here.
Filters to the ground because there's nothing within that 10 feet.
Fuck! All right, that was movement, bonus action, action. I'm done.
Okay. Hearth.
Okay.
Try not to cough and sneeze and make like all these noises into my mic.
I'm going to double move. And I'm going to bring my spiritual weapon.
How did you move past that?
I'm going to take damage. I'm going to take an opportunity attack from this one here.
Okay. Oh, that is a 16 plus 3. Plus 26 to hit.
Yeah.
16 on the die plus 9. You're going to take 10 points of fire damage, and you are now aflamed. Do you get anything for that for being a warforged? I don't think so, because you're just a human. Or you're just a humanoid. Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
It is a 10. And I'm retiring that dice for today.
Your wisdom is reduced.
4 I rolled.
Your wisdom is reduced by another 4. What does that put you at?
Okay. 12.
Okay.
Okay. Though immediately if I'm in this space, within 15 feet of me, anything should be taking an attack, whether they're invisible or not. I mean, or invulnerable to the damage. They should take. I should see the spirits go after.
What is the? I'm passing my cough along. What is the saving throw again?
It is
Wisdom saving throw. First,
yeah,
for Spirit Guardians, right?
yeah. It's
Wisdom saving throw.
It has
13.
It has a wisdom bonus, but we'll see.
It would still take half damage, even if it succeeds. Based off the spell. But whatever else it has going on with it is your. I don't know its stat block. I'm just telling you.
He rolled a 1. So how much radiant damage does he take?
Okay, it's gonna be. 3d8. 16 points of radiant damage on the roll.
16. He has a resistance to it. But it does damage. And if an invisible creature takes damage, they're visible, right?
Right.
I don't
Just
believe
double check.
so.
Detectable, unless it's
I mean,
permanently
if he has
invisible.
concentration, if it's something he's concentrating on, then potential to break concentration, but not.
Thanks for reminding me that.
But they're not automatically visible just from taking damage unless that's something specific to the creature.
He doesn't have it on. Must. Both the motes disappear.
Oh,
Ooh.
baller.
That's something.
Yeah.
So are Hearth's Spirit Guardians not visible to us? Like, can we not see where they're attacking? Or where they're like...
But you should be able to.
Yeah, they're definitely visible. They're visible. So
Okay. I just put.
that's one of the main things I'm wanting to see is the general spot they're attacking.
He rolled a 7 with his bonus on a concentration check.
Now he's part of our world.
Yeah.
Whose turn is it?
Yeah. Oh, anyway, my bad. I keep forgetting about.
That's all right.
Turn.
Okay,
I'm done.
Oliver's.
So with the effect of what Hearth just did, do we have a specific location where it looked like they affected something, or is it still just generality?
Given where he moved and where he stopped, I will give it to you that it's somewhere around here.
Like, do I have a specific 5-foot block? I know I would make an attack with disadvantage, but like, do I know a 5-foot area where I would make a swing or not? Why did I move?
I moved you. I said there. You said
Okay.
a specific 5-foot block because I was pinging it, and
Okay,
I'm like,
I saw a ping like down here, and I was confused.
Yeah, that's where I
so-
saw.
I pinged up there too. When you said specific 5-foot block, I'm like right there.
Okay. In that case, I will charge forward to the area and make reckless attacks to negate the disadvantage for flat rolls and swing through the area with the Magician's Judge. First attack will be with the Emboldening Bond bonus. Ooh, yes. Yes. That is a 30 to hit. 19 plus 3 plus 8.
You definitely hit.
As I hit him with this attack, I am using the Dispel Magic effect from the Magician's Judge, targeting the invisibility effect, if that is possible.
I'll rule that it's possible. And he... Oh, don't center on character. Show character. All of a sudden, this massive, flaming, screaming face appears before Oliver. The size of the brazier.
Fuck yeah. Okay, so that was first attack. In between attacks, because you can break this business up, I am summoning my Echo within 5 feet on the opposite side of him. Making my second attack, and then using my my last charge of invoking the Incarnation for a third attack on the round. So 2 more attacks.
And if you're
And
reckless,
I am
you're at
reckless, so
advantage
these are
already.
now at advantage instead of canceling out the disadvantage since he's visible. Oh, I never rolled damage for the first attack. Sorry. The first attack would be 15 points of damage. Second attack is an 18 on the die plus a lot. Third attack is a dirty 20.
Okay, you hit with both of those.
Okay. The second attack will hit for 14 points of damage. And the last attack, max damage roll with the double G spot on the dice. That will be 20 points of damage.
What's the total?
I already forgot what the first one was.
Not
14
not,
plus...
Not counting the first one. Not counting the first one. I got that one.
The second and third attack total would be 34 points of damage. And I will mark my invocation there. That's action, bonus action. That is everything for me. Ending turn.
Answer Tiffers with her question in the chat. The reason he is visible is Oliver used a dispel magic that's attached to his magic sword.
Which is freaking cool.
I just needed something to hit.
I think she was asking
It-
when he failed his concentration if he became visible, and
No,
he
his
didn't
con-
get that.
the concentration was for him to keep his modes up.
Yeah.
Cool.
If I didn't have a target, I was just going to use the generalized, like, dispel magic on targeting an effect in this area, but having something to aim at was even better, so...
Okay,
Yeah.
so back to Ben.
Alright, still invisible, 5, 10.
Oh, Oliver, you take
Yep,
9 points of flame damage and you are still on fire.
yep.
And you
And
step
it-
within 5 feet of him, so you take another 7 points of flame damage. 'cause
Cool.
You're within 5 feet of him.
Oliver is no longer wise enough to put that shit out, so he's just continuing swinging.
So 16 points of flame damage in total.
Yep.
From being on fire and stepping in with him.
Yep.
Okay. So Ben steps to there from being invisible, and in like this channeling big mad energy here, Ben thinks he's saying out loud and is actually just booming now psychically. You all hear in your head just for fun flavor. Now I see you. And he casts Mind Spike at 4th level. So I need him to make a Wisdom saving throw, please.
Pretty damn stout, as he failed a concentration check. A natural freaking 1.
I'm here for this.
To be fair, this dude has put us through the ringer.
I know, I was like, something's going our way right now.
38 points of psychic damage as you all see this spear of like silver translucent energy just spike straight through the middle of it from above.
Then, how do you want to do this?
Just like that. Fucking furious, and the wave of telekinetic energy, like all of the fire in the brazier like blows to the side, all your hair blows out as the power of Ben's mind just goes furious.
That, as it does, the power of Ben's mind just blows away, and you see it peel back, almost like a reverse of a nuclear bomb going off. It's that blowing the flames away on this face as it screams out into psychic torment, and the light goes out.
I fucking knew that was gonna happen.
Yep.
So, as this light goes out, you hear this collective chorus in the distance of yowling creatures. And that is where we'll call it today.
Yep.
Fuck.
Ah.
For clarification, just so I don't have to remember to pat myself out next time, Oliver puts out the fire on himself. Now that combat is done.
With the death, well, I'm going to say with the death of the fire vampire,
Just all the fire
all
went
the
out. Nice.
all the fire
Okay.
went out.
Sweet.
Okay.
So, geez, guys.
Woo!
Ugh.
God bless. Oh, man.
Yeah, I can't wait to share the stats of
God.
this creature with you guys.
There's no way.
For the record,
Oh, there's no way.
I have read that book. I know what those things are. And like I was trying to separate my brain with what is happening right now. And like that's why I didn't do anything or say anything. And I'm like, is that it? Is that no, this has gotta be something else. What am I doing? Shit. Like Gabriel had the worst existential crisis right there.
Well, when I thought it was the crystal, I thought
I
the
didn't
crystal was
connect.
driving.
Yeah,
I
so
thought
did
the
I.
crystal was driving. I thought the crystal was driving the thing insane.
Oh, player me wanted to get the
And so-
crystal and go throw it in the
Same.
fucking fire.
Yeah.
That's what I was on.
Well, what I was about to go do, but I didn't know about the crystal, having walked right past it. So, but I was like, God, I so want to go down. I want to do a resilient sphere, and I want to just be able to push this thing. Like we don't even got to lift it. We'll just roll it out of this house. You know, but all the wheels were turning, and then I was just stuck, not being able to do anything to those moats, and just like, well, I guess
I
we'll
had
just
two working theories.
hang out.
And there weren't
Still pumping.
there weren't enough clues to be able to concretely put it together.
And that's why I liked it. I liked it a lot. So this adventure, highly customized by me. This adventure is actually free on sandypeterson.com. It's called The Lone Lighthouse. It was one that I wanted to read when I wrote Into This Island. I thought it just fit perfectly.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I'm
that's
here
super
for
good.
it, man.
Yeah.
Frustration is with the, from a character perspective in this
Oh, yeah.
moment. Like,
Yeah.
way to lean into, props to Bill for leaning into that moment with Ben.
Speaking of that, we will go into accolades. and we'll do our closing real quick because we are 16 minutes over our time. So we'll do accolades real quick, starting at the top of what I can see. We'll start with Brandon.
Okay. There's so much interesting stuff that happened this session. So I'm going to go ahead and give my accolade to Gabe for. I always appreciate. I think everybody did it this time around really well, to the RP aspect of not abusing outside game knowledge and really trying to lean into what we know as the characters and not trying to affect that to get a particular outcome. I'm going to give that to Gabe just because I feel like he knew more about certain things that he was actively suppressing, but also just like character, working through the process in a character-driven way to
Thanks,
understand,
man.
well,
What
do I know based on what Ben is actually seeing, and what can I piece together from that? So I really, that's mine. That's mine to you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Derek.
Yes, mine goes to Jacob. I was really excited that you were taking classes in this Echo Night, and I was really excited to see how you were going to use this new mechanic, and was not disappointed. So it was really cool to see you exploring that and all the different little clever ways you were using it. Nice job, man.
Thanks, man. It's been a mechanic I've been super excited to get to operate with for a while. So it was super fun. This is a fantastic session to get to show off the versatility of that in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways.
All right, so just going straight down what I can see on the Brady Bunch screen. My wife Trish.
Mine goes to Derek / Killian for the gunpowder. Because I was trying to figure out, I was like, man, how do I make this thing visible? And he took the chance.
I wanted that to work so bad that he was just 5 feet past the 10-foot mark. Oh, it killed me.
So that's mine.
It would have been so fun to see that gunpowder light against.
Yeah, because he's a fire creature. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's what I was like.
That's what I was going to have it do. I was actually going to give him the effect of fairy fire for a round, because it was going to outline him in sparks. But
that was the thought.
Yeah.
Next, Jacob.
So I'm going to do this a little bit in two parts. One of these is kind of a cop out to the group in general. Rather than having one specific event, I loved seeing everybody have different ideas of different things to try, different things to do, attempting different things, and collectively as a group learning through that entire encounter of this didn't work, that didn't work, try this, try that, and everybody kept rolling with new and fresh ideas, and nobody really it got frustrating, but everybody just kept on trying new stuff and doing more things, and just the utility that everybody brought into that just by thinking through the events, I thought was fantastic, and everybody did a great job with it. I cannot give that to any just single one person. It was all fantastic. But my actual dedicated single person accolade is going to go to Bill on this one today. The maps and everything that you brought out today, and how everything rolled together and how everything fit was just a beautiful session. I loved every moment of it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And to my hetero life mate, Gabe.
Hey, boo. The downside of going last is you all have literally taken them. All of the accolades that I had to give, down the list. For a single moment, I'm going to have to go to Killian for narrating or how you want to do this with the monster and its rider.
That was cool.
How it reared up and you blasted straight, and it just gorgeously done.
Yeah,
Thanks,
that was
man.
really cool.
Yeah, and major props to Bill for the whole session, man. Seriously.
So Thank you again. My accolades are going to go to Brandon because I've been waiting for a long time for Hearth to like come into his own and everything. And when you got pulled under the water and you were like, "Let's do this," I'm like, I'm in it. I don't have to breathe. This is going to be great. I'm going to snipe that guy. All of that. That was just a joy. It's like that was amazing. So I'm gonna give my inspiration to Brandon. If you don't have
Oh,
one, you can keep it. If you have any more, you can give it to someone else.
I don't have one. I'll take it. I used
Okay.
mine on a.
So I want to, with the maps being mentioned as much as it is, I want to make some notary mentions real quick. The lighthouse map, amazing as it is done by one of my favorite map makers, Heroic Maps. Check them out on RPG Drive Through RPG. They're amazing. Their maps are so cheap and well affordable. And look at the quality of these maps. The Lighthouse was one of my favorites. I just recently purchased their Great Libraries pack, and oh my god, this is amazing. The ocean map earlier with the storm, that is done by Dynamic Maps. If you've ever seen it, they do amazing animated maps, completely beautiful. And the adventure done by Sandy Peterson Games. It's first free adventure that he did for his Cthulhu Mythos 5e book, which that book I kickstarted it. It's a major part of Straterra and influences a lot of stuff that happens here. So with that being said, thank you very much for spending your your morning with us, and make sure to tune in to Tuesday this coming in 2 weeks. What date is that for thing?
Oh, I don't have my calendar up.
Um,
Half a second.
The
So upcoming
no,
of
16th.
yeah.
16.
All right, Tuesday the 16th for our second installment of Thrain, an amazing campaign that we're just starting with Derek, myself, Jacob, playing in it with Gabriel DMing. We had so much fun. Is the first episode up on YouTube yet?
It's not on YouTube yet, but it is still viewable here on Twitch.
First episode's viewable here on Twitch. Please give that a view. Our next game of Straterra will
The
be
20th.
on February 20th for the next installment. I want to see you guys there. I want to see how the party's going to handle this army of deep ones now that want their crystal back, boys. On top of that, keep an eye out on our schedule. We're going to start scheduling reruns of these episodes so you can catch them at later times. And you guys, thank you for spending the morning with us.
One more thing to toss in there of something that is on our schedule is this upcoming Tuesday, the 9th. We have our first installment of a little DM talk show that we are going to be doing called Shooting the Crit. So it will be our little attempt at bringing up various topics to talk and discuss about. This one will involve Gabe, Bill, and myself, although we intend on kind of transitioning who all from the Forever DMs is involved in that based off who's available and when we do them and that sort of thing. And we are going to be discussing what it has been like playing and DMing during a pandemic on Tuesday and kind of what that has done for us as a group and what we've learned and how we've adjusted and all of that. So that will be at our usual game time at 7 p.m. Eastern time right here on the channel. So come check it out if you feel like hearing what we've got, and hopefully we'll be able to interact with whoever joins us in chat.
Yeah. Working title for that episode is DMing in the time of Corona. Kind of like love in the time of cholera. But it's awesome. Thank you so much, and we will see you guys later.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.